Take a look at this beautiful website. It all hand-coded with Next.js. It was meticulously and professionally crafted to work in all devices. So, wouldn't it be awesome if you knew exactly how to design and code this website from scratch? Here exactly is where I come in. Hi, welcome and thank you so much for your interest in my course. In this course, I will teach you how to build the ultimate Next.js portfolio website using different technologies, such as Next.js, React.js, Tailwind, and NodeMailer. So, if you're a newbie, don't worry. We are going to start from scratch by exploring every concept that is built in within the core of Next.js framework. So we are going to cover topics like the app router, which includes nested route, dynamic route, nested dynamic route, and catch-all segment. And also topics like data fetching, private route, file colocation, loading, layout, and so on and so forth. Haven't equipped ourselves with all the concepts. We can then proceed to build the ultimate Next.js portfolio website. During this course, I will teach you how to structure the website, how to use common design components and layout patterns. And to wrap it up, we are going to follow the industry best practices to design our website. So we will make our website to be responsive on mobile devices and then optimize it for better performance. Finally, we will deploy the website on a live server, which simply implies your portfolio website will be accessible on the internet. So you can use it to showcase your jobs to your clients or your employers. Alright, so if you are looking for a comprehensive, easy to follow, well organized and practical course that will take you from zero to hero, this is the best Next.js course for you. Sounds good, right? Join me and let's get started. Next.js is a React framework for production. And now the question is, what exactly is the difference between Next.js and React.js? React.js is simply a JavaScript library for building user interfaces. And I want you to think about a library as a package that is created to solve a specific problem. React, being a library, is focused on creating interactive user interfaces. That exactly is the only thing React.js does as a library. So you cannot use React.js to perform routing and HTTP calls. And whereas a framework is a complete solution, so Next.js as a framework can be used to cause effects and as well to perform routing, which simply implies you can use Next.js to build a full stack application. Teaching good? Beautiful. Haven't understood the difference between Next.js and React.js? In the next lecture, we will go ahead to create a new Next.js application. This is all for now. If you find this lecture helpful, make sure to smash the like button and otherwise hit subscribe. In this section of the course, we are going to make some necessary installations to get going. It is indeed a prerequisite to have Node.js running on your machine before installing Next.js. However, I encourage every one of you to download and install the latest stable release. This one here at the left edge of the screen, right? So please do not install this guy at the right edge of the screen simply because it comes with extra complexities that you may not be able to reason about. Yeah, so let's quickly download and install the latest stable release. Here is it. It is downloading. Download successful. Let's open it within the download folder. Click to install. Alright, so before we proceed, we also have to quit this directory over here. And now we are left with Node.js. Let's continue. So you can go through all of these stuffs if you have the time, but for me, I just have to continue. Agree. Hit on install button. If you're on Mac, it is definitely going to ask for your password. But if you are working on Windows, it is going to be an express installation, so you don't need any password. Right now, I'm going to key in my password. Install software. The installation is ongoing. Installed successful. Let's close it down. Do you want to keep the Node.js after installation or you want to move it to trash? Let's move it to trash. Right now, we are going to pop up the search box by hitting Command and space bar. You just have to search for terminal. What we are going to do is to check the version we installed. So I'm going to do node space -v. Let me see if I can zoom it up a little bit. All right, I can zoom up. Hit on the enter key. And now we have this version of Node installed. Beautiful. Now we are done with the installation. In the next lecture, we will go ahead to install VS Code. This is all for now. See you in the next lecture. Hi there. Welcome back to class. In the previous lecture, we installed Node.js. Now in this lecture, we will go ahead to install the code editor. Feel free to use any code editor of your choice, but for me, the VS Code is always my favorite. And I encourage you to download the VS Code. Simply because along the line, I will share with you some tips and tricks that will speed up the development process. And for sure, I want every one of you to follow along. Sounds good, right? Beautiful. Quickly head on to code.visualstudio.com and this component will be opened right in front of you. Now let's scroll down. On the left side of the screen, we have the VS Code for Windows. And right at the center, we have it for Ubuntu and other stuffs. Lastly, at the right side of the screen, we have it for Mac. Right here, I am on Mac, so I would definitely download it for Mac. But if you are working on Windows, you also have to download this one right here. This one, okay? You have to download this one. But right now, I want to download this one right here for Mac. So if you are using Mac alongside, you can quickly download this guy. Click to download. Let's check the download process. Can you see? Visual Studio Code is downloading already. The download will definitely take a while, so I just have to fast forward the lecture. Download successful. Let's open it up within the folder. Let's quickly unzip. And boom, here is it. Though I have it already on my machine, and that is why you can see the duplicate over here. So this is the one I'm using previously, and this is the new one that I just downloaded. So you can click to open. And here is it. Alright. This is all for now, and in the next lecture, we will go ahead to install some of the extensions that is needed. Those extensions are extremely important because we will be making use of it in the future. So please do not skip the next lecture. Alright, so in this lecture, we will go ahead to install the extensions that will be used to make things easier in the future. So first, we have to quit the release notes page. Alright. At the mid-left corner of the screen, you will see the extension. Here is it. When I hover, you see the extensions, right? Click to open. Within the search box, we are going to search for ES7 React Redux snippet. So I'm going to do ES7 plus React / Redux / React Native. And here is it. Click to open. I have it installed already on my VS Code, and that is the reason you can see the uninstall button. At your end, the install button will be enabled. So all you have to do is to click on the install button, and then you will have this powerful snippet installed. This snippet is extremely powerful because we will be using it to generate some React functional component code without having to type it from scratch. Now let's go back to the search box. So now we have to install the JavaScript and TypeScript nightly. JavaScript and TypeScript nightly. Let's zoom out a little bit. I hope you can see clearly. Can you see? Hit on the install button. The installation is ongoing. Installed successful. So we have to close it down. Another powerful extension is the Tailwind IntelliSense. So this IntelliSense will help show the CSS equivalent to the Tailwind utility class when you hover on it. Don't worry, all of this might sound tricky, but in the future, you definitely will get the gist. So let's install Tailwind IntelliSense. And here is it. So it seems I have it installed already. Again, at your end, if you do not have it installed, you are going to see the install button, right? All you have to do is to smash the install button, and then everything will be fine with you. And again, if this is your first time to work with Tailwind CSS, I want you to cheer up, right? Because I will explain carefully each and every Tailwind utility class. Sounds good, right? Beautiful. This is all for now. If you find this lecture helpful, make sure to smash the like button, and otherwise hit subscribe. Welcome back to class. In this lecture, we will go ahead to create our first Next.js application. So go back to the desktop. Right within, right-click, New Folder. And I will call this folder Next.js Practice. Take note, when naming your project, always use a descriptive name that describes the intention of the project so that you can relate with it easily in the future. Haven't created the folder? Quickly open up your VS Code. The next in line is to drag and drop the folder down into the VS Code. Let's quickly maximize. Okay, we have to give it some permission here. And then let's quit the welcome page. Ctrl+tick to open up the VS Code integrated terminal. And here is it. And by the way, the backtick is located at the top left corner of the keyboard, right below the escape key. And if you cannot do it with the shortcut, all you have to do is to go to the top menu and then Terminal, New Terminal, and then this window below will be opened. Now, to create a new Next.js application, let's follow the command. And here is it. npx create -next-app. And then you are going to do add latest. To copy the command, you have to click on this copy icon. Go back to VS Code and then Command V to paste. What I'm going to do right now is to space it out and then /. This will help install the Next.js right within the Next.js practice folder. Hit on the enter key to get it fired up. Again, hit on the enter key to proceed. Would you like to use TypeScript? Of course, yes. Would you like to use ESLint? Of course, yes. So you can switch between yes or no using the left or the right arrow key. Would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Yes. Would you like to use SRC? Yes. App router? Yes. And almost everything is going to be yes. Would you like to use the import alias? We want everything to be complete, so I will go with the option yes. Then lastly, hit on the enter key. Installed successful. Let's quickly launch our project on the web. So what I'm going to do right now is npm run dev. Simple as that. And then hit on the enter key. So the project will be running on localhost port 3000. And to open up the project, all you have to do is to press down the command or the control key on your keyboard and then click on the link to open. And on the screen is our first Next.js application. Alright, welcome back to class. In the previous lecture, we learned how to create and run a basic Next.js application. Now we are going to dive deep into the project files and folder structure to understand how everything works when we run our application. Let's proceed with the package.json file. Ctrl+T to close down the terminal. Command B or Ctrl B to open up the VS Code Explorer. Within the Explorer, you are going to find the package.json file. And here is it, right? Beautiful. And within the script, we have the dev to run our application in development mode. Next is the build, which is used to build the application and get it ready for production deployment. The start script is used to start the app production server. The lint is used to set up Next.js built-in ESLint configuration. And for the dependencies, we have React, React DOM, and Next.js. Okay, so we have React version 18 installed, and then we have Next version 14.0.1. So as of the time of recording, this is the latest version. Below, we have the dev dependencies. And of course, we have the TypeScript and types. And here we have the post CSS, Tailwind, ESLint, and so on and so forth. So let's close it down quickly. And again, within the Explorer, we have the packagelog.json file. This file ensures consistent installation of our dependencies. Right above, we have the git ignore, which is helpful for version control. And below we have the readme.md file. The readme.md is a documentation that contains instruction related to running, building, and deploying the application. And we have the next-env.d.ts. And it consists of TypeScript declaration for Next.js. And what file again do we have to discuss? Okay, let's talk about the next.config.js. And here is it. We have the next.config.js. We also have the tsconfig.js right below. And also we have the postcss.config for Tailwind configurations. Moving on to the top, we have the public directory. And here is it. The public folder contains all the static assets to be saved, including the images and the SVGs. So when we are building a real-world application, all of the SVGs that we are going to use will be imported within this public directory. Close it down. And the next in line is the SRC, which is the source package. When you click to open, you are going to see the app, and within the app, we have the 5 icon, and here is it. Let me show you on the screen. And here is the 5 icon, 7 as the logo. Okay, let's close it down. Here is the global CSS, which is very useful when you want to stylize multiple sections in the application. Below is the layout.tss. The layout.tss is the parent container of the entire Next.js application. Finally, we have the page.tss. So the page.tss will enter into the root layout as a children. Let me show you. So whatever you have right here will go into the layout as children. Can you see? And here is it, right? So when it comes here, what appears within this tag would be rendered on the screen, just like this. So everything within the page.tss, can you see we have the p tag, which says get started by editing. When you go back to the browser, you are going to see get started by editing. So this is made possible simply because the page.tss is passed down into the parent layout as children. Simple as that. Now we have been able to understand the control flow of a Next.js application. The next in line is to clean up the code. Let's do that in the next lecture. In this lecture, we are going to proceed by cleaning up the code. So navigate to the page.tss. Right within, we are going to highlight from lines 5 to lines 111. So we want to clean up everything in order to start afresh. Wipe it off. Oops, the application is complaining simply because it is going to return a UI. So we are going to have a div here. Save the project. When you check the browser, reload, you are going to see an empty screen. Go back to VS Code. Now we have to open up the global CSS. It's located within the source, the app, and then global CSS. When you click to open, you will see the CSS that we generated when we did npx create-next-app. What I'm going to do right now is to highlight from lines 5. Oops, take a look. All right, highlight and then down to lines 27. Wipe it off. When you save, check out the browser, and boom. Can you see? So now we have succeeded in removing everything that we do not want. We have to start from scratch, all right? So we are going to build the application from scratch. And that is extremely good for you. I know you may be wondering why we did not delete this Tailwind configuration over here. It is simply because if you want to make use of Tailwind, this configuration must be included. Okay, so you have to leave it exactly the way it is. When you save, and again, we have an empty screen. This is all for now, and in the next lecture, we will talk about the routing system in Next.js 14. In this lecture, we will go ahead to discuss the routing system in Next.js 14. And so, let's talk about the app router. Next.js implements a file system-based routing techniques in which the URL path within the browser tab is controlled by the file and folders within your code base. Sounds tricky, right? Don't worry. When we begin to practicalize it, you will definitely understand it well enough. Take note of this key point. In Next.js 14, when a folder is created within the app directory, that folder automatically becomes a route when a page.ts or a page.js is created within. So following the Next.js 14 routing convention, in order to implement a route, you must definitely have to create a folder within the app directory. So let's assume we are building a real-world website where we need a contact page and a profile page. Command B to open up the Explorer. Within the app directory, right-click and then New Folder. We are going to call it Contacts, just like this. Another one, within the app, right-click, New Folder. And this will be called Profile. Having done this, let's check it out on the browser to see if it is routable. Go back to the browser, and here I'm going to do localhost port 3000/contact. When you hit on the enter key, it says it throws back a 404 error not found page. You know why? It is simply because we have to create a page.tss or .js within the contact folder. That exactly is when this folder will become a route. So right click, new file, and we are going to do page.tss. Within RFC to generate the React functional component. Contact page. You can use a h1 tag if you want. Take a look. Now, when you check out the browser, you are going to see the contact page. Let's route the profile page. So I'm going to do localhost 3000/profile. When you hit on the enter key, it returns a 404 error not found page. And I guess by now you should know exactly what to do at your end. Pause the video and implement the profile route. Let me help you with that. Within the profile directory, right click, new file, and we are going to call it page.tsx. Simply because we are using TypeScript, that is why we are going with the .tss extension. Hit on the enter key, again RFC to generate the React functional component. Here I'm going to do profile page. Let's implement it within the h1 tag. Cut this, paste it within, and boom. All right, save on the browser. Can you see now? Now the page is visible. Okay, so you can give the h1 tag a class name, and then we're going to do text-9xl. This Tailwind utility class simply means we are increasing the font size to 8 rem. When you save and check out the browser, and boom, can you see? It becomes very bold like this. So now this exactly is how to implement routing in Next.js. We can also route to the contact page, just like this, and boom. Can you see? So take note of these key points. Routes are associated with the files based on the containing folder's name within the app directory. So a page.ts within the contact folder will map to /contact, and a page.tss within the profile folder will map to /profile. And that is why when you come here and do /contact, you get the contact page. Matter of fact, we can actually give it a background color so you understand what we're talking about. So here, let's give this div a class name. And then within the class name, we are going to make use of the utility class bg-yellow-500. When you save and check out the browser, and here is the contact page. So in summary, each folder within the app directory corresponds to a URL segment when a page with a .ts or a .js extension is created within. Teaching good? Beautiful. In the previous lecture, we discussed the file-based routing feature in Next.js. So in this lecture, we are going to proceed with Nextjs Route. So let's take, for example, you are building a reward application where you need to implement different users page, right? So we are going to have the admin user and the client user. So let's assume the admin user will be the first user, and then the second user will be the client user. Let's practicalize this example. Within the app, we are going to create a new folder called users. So we are building an application where we need to implement different users page. Within the users, we are going to have another folder called first user. Again, within the users, we are going to have second user. In simplicity, we are nesting these two routes within the users. Don't worry, you will definitely understand the gist. So having done this, we have to right click on the first user, and then we are going to create a page.tss RFC to generate the functional component. Let's quickly give this div a class name, and then we are going to have a bg-yellow-800. And within, we are going to have a h1 tag, first user. Save. So here on the browser, we are going to do /users/first user. And boom, here is it. Can you see? So now let's implement it for the second user. Within the second user, right click, create a new file, and I'm going to do page.tsx. Generate the functional component quickly. And here, we're going to have a h1 tag, second user. Let's give the class name text-9xl. Okay, when you save and check out the browser, so we have to target /users/second user. Take a look. Can you see? So this exactly is how to implement a Nextjs route in Next.js. Simple as that. In the previous lecture, we discussed the nested route. So we created the users folder, and within the users folder, we nexted the first user and the second user. And within, we have a page.tss, which corresponds to the URL part /user/first user and /user/second user. Though this approach works perfectly fine, but when building a reward application, it is not always possible to define a route based on a predefined path. So let me quickly break it down using a reward example. This is the elegant and super fast Next.js portfolio website that we are going to build in this course. And by the way, the link is right within the description. So I highly encourage you to enroll. There is so much value to learn from it. So here I have listed some of the blog posts, right? Now, if I click on any of the item, we should be able to pass down the item into a new page. Let me show you. For example, when I click on this guy, take a look. If you observe the URL, you are going to see app/portfolio detail/0. It means this item has the ID of 0. Let's give it a try with another item. So let's go back home. Okay, let me try it on this guy. Now, if you observe the path, you will see app/portfolio detail/5. It simply implies this item has the ID of 5. So the dynamic routing system made it possible for us to be able to pass this item down into a new page. And with the help of the ID, we are able to fetch the corresponding data. Can you see? At the left, you can see the corresponding data to this item. So this exemplifies the dynamic routing system. Haven't discussed all of this? Quickly head on to VS Code and let's practicalize it. Back to VS Code. So we are going to create a new folder called blog. So within the blog, we are going to create a page.tss. So I'm going to do /page.tss. So this is a shortcut to create a folder and a page within. So when you hit on the enter key, here is the blog. Can you see? And here is the page.tss. Generate the functional component. What we should do right now is to render a blog post. And the way we can do that right here, we are going to use the h1 tag. And I'm going to do blog post 1. Like this. Highlight. Duplicate it 8 times. Then change here to blog post 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. When you save the project, go back to the browser and let's see what we have. Okay, we have to navigate to the demo app. And I'm going to do /blog. Take a look. Now we have been able to render the blog post on the browser. So the next in line is to click on any of the item and then pass it down to a new page. And that exactly is where the dynamic routing comes in. Now go back to the project. So within the blog folder, right click, we are going to create a new folder called blog ID. To create a dynamic route, we have to wrap up the name of the folder within a square bracket. So the square bracket signifies a dynamic route. Now I'm going to do blog ID. Simple as that. Or you can do post ID. Okay, let's do post ID. Maybe it is more readable like that. Post ID. Within the post ID, right click, and then we are going to create a new page. This will be called page.tsx. Generate the functional component. So here we are going to have a h1 tag, and I'm going to do details page. When we click on any of the blog item, we should be able to pass it down into the details page. When you save and check out the browser, now we are going to do /blog/ for example, we are going to do 1. When you hit on the enter key, and now you see the details page. And when you do /blog/ 100, you are going to see the details page as well, /800, or whatever ID that you have within your project. So you're going to see the details page. I think we should bring it up a little bit. We are making progress and I like it. So in simplicity, Next.js treats a square bracket as a dynamic segment that enables us to create a dynamic route. So when a folder is wrapped up within the square bracket, you do not need to reference the folder within the URL before you could get the content within the page. So the essence of dynamic route is to be able to extract the ID of a post and then work on the post individually. So for example, let's go back to the first demo. So if you extract the ID of this content, when you click, based on the ID, we will be able to perform some operation on it. So we will be able to fetch the corresponding data. We can also delete and do whatever we want to do with the data. So now let me show you how to extract the ID. In Next.js, every page in the app router receives a route params as probes. So within the page, make sure you open up the post ID like this and then page.ts. Within the function, so we are going to take in params as probes. So having done this, the next in line is to bind it with the UI. Extremely easy to do that. So within the h1 tag, we are going to open and close the curly brackets. And within the curly bracket, I'm going to do params dot post ID. Simple as that. Take note. The dynamic segment we created must correspond with the UI, okay? So whatever you have within this dynamic segment as the post ID, that exactly is what you will have here, okay? So please make sure the spelling is correct because this is exactly what we are referencing. Yeah, and we are trying to bind this stuff here with the UI in order to extract the ID. Simple as that. So the application is complaining we have to define the type. The params is an object with a key called post ID, and the type is string. That exactly is how to define your type when working with TypeScript. Here, we're going to do params. So the object has a post ID with the type string. And now we have satisfied the type. So let's check it out on the browser. Now I'm going to do /blog/200. Take a look. Can you see? Now we have details page 200. So this is the ID. We are grabbing it from the URL. Let me show you something. Here, let's give the class name. And then I'm going to do text-9XL. Beautiful. Let's make it more readable. Details page with the ID. And boom. So we have details page with the ID 200. Let's check another one. Let's do 17. Details page with the ID 17. And then we can do 800. And so on and so forth. Now we've been able to grab the ID from the URL. We can then begin to work on the post. This is all for now. And if you find this lecture helpful, make sure to smash the like button and otherwise hit subscribe. Nested dynamic route. When building a complex application, you will definitely come across a scenario in which several dynamic route segments are required. Let me show you an example from the real world website. Okay, this is the real world website, of course. We have seen that when you click on this item, we were able to pass it down into a new page, right? Beautiful. So now what we want to do is to also fetch a comment that was written about the post. Understood? For example, you click, it opens up into a new page, fetching the details by the ID. Okay? And then when you scroll down, we should be able to see the comment written about this post. Okay? Good. So if we want to specify the route, we can do /portfolio detail /0/comment/0. Understood? Beautiful. Go back to the code and let's implement it quickly. As the name implies, all we have to do is to create a new folder within the post ID. So here is the blog. You have to open it up. Within the post ID, right-click, create a new folder. And we will call these comments. Within the comments, right-click, create a new folder. And in this time, we want to create a nested dynamic route. So to create a dynamic route, all you have to do is to wrap it up in a square bracket. And then we are going to do comment ID, just like this. And within the comment ID, right-click, we have to create a page within page.tsx. So here we're going to do RFC to generate the functional component. So now we are trying to get the comments written about a particular post. So we created a folder called comment within the post ID, and within the comment, we created our dynamic route. And here is the page within. So for a given post ID, a page.tss within the comment folder, which is this guy, will help to display the post review by its ID. Let's practicalize it. So within, of course, we have to take in the params. And what will be the params now? Of course, the params is an object with the post ID and the comment ID. Having done this, let's come here and do something. Okay, let's use the h1 tag. Within, I'm going to do params dot comment ID. Let me show you. Please, it has to be these, okay? Oops, take a look. We have spelled something wrongly over here. There's need to be grammatically exact. So let's remove the N like this. So this is comment ID. You can leave it, but there's need to be grammatically exact, honestly. So what I'm going to do now is to close down the Explorer, and then we have the params dot comment ID. So this params is the URL segment over here for the comment ID, which is the dynamic segment here. Okay, and it must be exactly the same spelling over here when you are trying to bind it here. Okay, so we have params dot comment ID, which is the dynamic segment we created. Trying to explain it simply so that everyone understands it well enough. And then here we're going to do for blog posts params dot post ID. When you save and check out the browser, blog slash the ID is 1 slash comment slash 1. And here you have comment 1 for blog post 1. So if you do here, for example, 800, then you are going to see comment 800 for blog post 800. So this exactly is how to implement it. Go back to the code. We have to satisfy this type before we close the lecture. Of course, params is an object. The post ID is type string. The comment ID is also type string. And then the type is satisfied. The errors are all gone. Okay. When you target a route that is not defined within the app folder, Next will render a 404 not found error page by default. Let me show you quickly. For example, you all know that we do not have any route like /portfolio. We do not have this route within our project. So when you hit on the enter key, take a look. It says 404, this page could not be found. This exactly is one of the beauty of Next.js. So it helps you to define a 404 not found error page. However, when building a real-world application, you will definitely want to design a more beautiful 404 not found error page. All right, let's see how we can implement that. Go back to your project and then within the app directory, right-click and then let's create a new file. And this will be called not-found.tsx. RFC to generate the functional component. And here, what I am going to do right now is to, let's say, take a look at this, all right? Remove the dash between the not found so that the function don't complain. So within, we are going to have a h1 tag. And within the h1 tag, I'm going to do page not found. And then we're going to have another h1 tag. The requested resource could not be found. So now you can go ahead to add color to it and then design it to suit your taste. When you go back to the browser and then you can see page not found, the request resource could not be found. So this exactly is how to implement 404 not found error page in Next.js. If you target any route that you do not have in your project, this page will definitely pop up. So let's say, for example, localhost 3000/cat. Since we do not have any route within our project that corresponds to the cat, so it is going to redirect us to the page not found. And that exactly is how to implement the 404 error not found page. So you can go ahead to add more colors to it, the font and everything you want to do, you can go ahead to do that. File colocation. File colocation simply means the way you organize your project files in Next.js. So let's take this example quickly. Within the app, we are going to create a folder, dashboard. Within, we are going to create a file, setting.tsx. Let's quickly generate the functional component. And let's check it out on the browser. /dashboard. The requested resource could not be found. You know why? It is simply because this file is not routable. Recall that in the previous lecture, I mentioned that whenever a directory is created within the app folder, that directory automatically becomes a route when a page.tss or a page.js is created within. So that is the convention. And now we are doing settings.tss. This won't work. In order for us to collocate this file properly, what we have to do is to, within the dashboard, I'm going to do new file. Then we're going to have a page.tsx like this, rfc to generate the functional component. All right. So what we have to do now is to go back to the settings, and then let's quickly copy these, the function like this, highlight, copy, go back to page, let's paste it here like this. When you save, also we have to save something here like this. When you go back to the browser, and now the page is routable, but though you may not be able to see the settings over here, okay, but at least now the page is routable. Another way you can organize your file, and that I highly recommend, is for you to create a separate component folder for your UI. So within the resource, which is the src, right click, new folder, and then call it components. So within this component is where all your UI is going to sit on. So within the component, you can have something like this, home components.js. So you can now generate the functional component. And here you can start building your UI. All right. So this is one of the best way to collocate your file. And all of these stuff, we are going to practice it in the future when we begin to build the reward portfolio website. And of course, it is deployed over there on Vessel. You can check it out to see how beautiful it is. And I highly suggest you all to enroll because we have a lot to learn. Welcome back to class. In this lecture, we are going to discuss the private folders in detail. The private folder is a feature provided by Next.js to help you effectively organize your project. This folder and all its subfolders are not routable. Even if you target the route segments, they won't be rendered on the screen. So to create a private folder, you have to prefix the folder name with an underscore. Let me show you. Open up the Explorer. Within the app, right click. Let's imagine you want to perform some private operation within the library folder. In order to make this folder not to be routable, all you have to do is to prefix it with an underscore. Okay? And then hit the enter key. Now we have prefixed it with an underscore. Right click and let's create a new file. So I'm going to do page.tsx, then hit the enter key. When you do rfc and boom, I'm going to do here, this is the private page. Okay. When you save and check out the browser, let's see what we have. /_lib. Hit the enter key and we're going to see the page not found. Can you see that? So this is simply because whenever you prefix a folder name with an underscore, Next.js treats it as a private route. So it is not going to be routable. But let's see now when we remove the underscore, let's see what happens. Let's take off the underscore like this. Boom. Go back to the browser and as well take off the underscore like this and boom. This is the private page. So now we have removed the underscore. It is no longer a private page. But if you want to make it a private page,
you have to go back and then prefix it with an underscore. And where is this folder? All right, here is it. Right click, rename. Then here we're going to have the underscore, just like this. Take a look. It says page not found, the requested resource could not be found. So whenever you prefix a folder with an underscore, it indicates that the folder has some private implementation details, and that folder should not be considered by the routing system, and thereby opting the folder and all its subfolders out of routing. Teaching good? Beautiful.
In this lecture, we are going to discuss route group. Route group is a very beautiful feature of Next.js that enables you to organize your route segment and project file into a logical group without affecting the URL path structure. If you want to create a route group, all you have to do is to wrap up the folder in parentheses. And that exactly is the convention. Having said all this, let's quickly practicalize it by implementing an authentication system with the register page, login page, and forget password. So right click on the app, new file, and we are going to create the register folder / a page.tss, which is the file. Beautiful. RFC to generate the functional component, and within, let's see what we can do here. Let's have a h1 tag, and I'm going to do register page. Let's give it a class name, and then text dash, let's make it 5XL. Font dash serif. Okay, let's make this 8XL. Again, right click on app, new file. The next is the login. To create the page.tss, you have to use the / and then page.tsx. Again, generate the functional component quickly. Let's go back to the register page, highlight the h1 tag, copy, come here, okay, and paste. Okay, so here we're going to do login page. You can make it more beautiful by specifying the background color and all that. And lastly, we are going to create the forgot password. Again, we will paste the h1 tag, and then here is going to be forgot password. Okay, cool. So save, make sure to run the application. As you can see, mine is already running, so I just have to hide the terminal. On the browser, we are going to do localhost port 3000/register. And here is the register page. Beautiful. When I do /login, here's the login page. And lastly, let's do forgot password. And here's the forgot password page. Though everything appears to be working perfectly fine, but this approach is not organized. So it is not a good practice, okay? Because if another developer picks up your project structure will be difficult to read. Therefore, we have to organize our authentication related file into one parent folder. So for example, let me show you. Let's say you handed this project over to another developer. And then if the developer wants to implement something within the login, the structure is not organized. And if you are building a complex application, chances are you will have more than, let's say, 20 files, okay? So within the app, create a new folder called auth. The next in line is to move the register page into the auth. Again, we have to move the login page or the login route into
the auth. And lastly, we have to also move the forgot password into the auth like this. So this is one of the best way to organize your code. So for example, if another developer picks up your code and he want to make some changes within the login or the register page, they can always go to the auth directory, because that exactly is the place where we house all the authentication related files. When you click to open, you're going to see the forgot password, the login, and the register. So this is more concise. Now let me show you the problem. When you go back to the browser, you are going to see the page not found. This happened because we have moved the file out of the parent folder. Previously, it was within the app directory, and now we created a parent folder called auth and we moved the file within. So for you to hit the registers route, you must have to reference the auth. Let me show you. So we are going to do /auth/register. Do you see? Again, /auth/login. Everything seems to be working perfectly fine, but the URL path structure is being affected. Recall that when we created the register page, localhost 3000/register. Now it says page not found. So the idea is to group the route carefully without having to affect the URL path structure. How do we implement that? Go back to the code and let me show you. So to properly implement a route group, all you have to do is to wrap up the parent directory with parentheses. Right click, rename. So here, I'm going to open up the bracket here and then close it up here. Say yes to this. So when you go back to the browser, you will be able to route the password page without having to reference the auth, and as well the login and the register. So this auth over here is no longer visible in the URL structure. Let me show you. Can you see? Beautiful. Let's do /login. Can you see? Everything is working perfectly fine as expected. Teaching good? Beautiful. Welcome back to class. In this lecture, we are going to learn and understand the concept of layout. So now, what exactly is a layout? Layout is simply a UI that is shared between multiple pages in the application. So when building a complex website, chances are you will want to have a header that stays consistent all through the pages. And that can be achieved by using layout. Now the question is, how do we really define a layout? A layout can be implemented by default exporting a React component from a layout.tss or a layout.js. And the layout component will accept a children props that will be populated with a child page during rendering. Take note of this key point. Layout serves as the root component of every Next.js application, and it must have a HTML tag and a body. Open up the app, and then within the app, here is the root layout. I believe I showed you this in the previous lecture. Can you see? So it has a HTML tag, a language which is set to English, and then it has a body. Let's take, for example, we want to implement a header component that will stay consistent all through the project. All right. So let's say we want a header and a footer component that will stay consistent all through the project. Now within the component, here within the component, right click, new file. And I'm going to do header.js. Guys, I'm going to be a little bit faster right now. Then here I'm going to do footer.js. Within the footer, let's do RFC to generate the functional component. And here, let's give it a class name. And then let's give it a bg dash. This is the footer, right? So let's give it a bg dash yellow dash 300. So this is the footer. What I'm going to do right now is to copy some of the text from the auth, because I love the design already. So I just have to copy the h1 within the register or the login page, come here within the footer and paste. So here I'm going to implement the padding p-4. Having done all of this, I quickly have to copy this one here and then go to header.js RFC to generate the functional component, and then within the return just have to paste, save, and make sure to format the code. All right, now let's change the yellow to blue 300, something like this. Then here we are going to do, oops, look at this, should be the header page. When you save, go back to the footer, and this should be the footer page. Okay, we are already building a real world application, and that is nice. So this is the home page of the entire application. We want the header and the footer to stay consistent all through the pages. So if you go to the blog page, the header and the footer will be displayed, the users, the authentication, and all of the pages. So the way we can do that right now is to scroll up a little bit, layout.tss, scroll to the top, and here we're going to import header from /component/header. And then lastly, we're going to import footer from /component/footer. So over here, we have to render the header. Close it up with the self-closing tag. And here, we will render the footer. When you save and check out the browser, and there are these. And now when you do /blog, can you see the header appear both on the blog page? And then we can do /profile. We have all of this route within the project. Of course, we implemented it in the previous lectures. And boom, so the header and the footer is consistent all through the project. So you are going to get them anywhere in your page. So that exactly is the concept of a layout. Welcome back to class. In the previous lecture, we learned how to generally create a layout that can stay consistent all through the pages. But sometimes you may like to create a unique layout that applies to a specific page in your application. Let's assume you want all the users' page to have a similar background, right? So you can create a layout within, and then when you run the application, the page will go into the layout and assume the shape and the background. Let's quickly practicalize it. Okay, so within the users, we are going to create a layout. Layout.tsx. Just like this. And then we are going to quickly generate the layout. So I just have to copy and paste, and you can pause the video at your end to type all of the stuffs right there. So what I did right here, okay, let's start from scratch. I just have to wipe off this guy. Okay, so you are going to give this div a class name like this. Within the class name, the background is going to be -red-200. And then the screen is going to be is 100 view height. Having created this background, the first user's route and the second user's route will go into this layout as children. And here is it. So then it can assume this property over here. Understood? Beautiful. When you save the application, check out the browser. So when you do localhost 3000/users/first user, and then you're going to see the first user with the background color of red. Now let's do something. I don't like the red background, and by the way, that is my opinion. So I'm just going to do blue right here. Blue 200. All right, I think it's cool like this. Or we can make it 100. All right, fine. So this is the footer and this is the header. Recall that we rendered the header and the footer component within the root layout. And that is the reason you can see the header and the footer all around the pages in the application. But for the layout we created within the users, the first user and the second user is the only page that can go into this layout. So even if you do /users/second user, let's do something like this. Can you see? Now we have second user and it assumed the same background color. All right, now you change it to yellow and it appears nicely. So whenever you are building an application and you want 2 or 3 different pages to assume the same property, all you have to do is to create a layout within the parent folder, and then all the routes within the parent folder will definitely go into the layout. It's as simple as that. And now the question is, what if we have another user, but we do not want that user to assume the same background? So here exactly is where the challenge comes in. Let me show you. Let's say, for example, we have up to 30 users. So new file, I'm going to do third user / page.tsx. Generate the functional component. And then here, okay, we just have to go to the first user and copy the properties. Let's copy the properties over here. Of course, you can check it out how I implemented these properties behind the scene. Here we have the padding 4. Padding top is 20. The text size and the line height is 8XL. The font is extra light. So you can do that at your end. Alright, I talk too much really. It is for your own good because I want to explain everything. Here, let's do third user. Just like this, okay? When you save, so when you do /users/third user, and here is the third user, assuming the same property background within this layout. So the third user, second user, and the first user. All of this page right here will go into the layout and they will reside here as the children. So when this happens, this property will be applied to the children, which in this case, the first user, second, and the third user. But right now, the challenge is to exclude the third user. Okay, so we do not want the third user to go into this layout. We want to stylize it differently. So what we have to do right now is to create a route group layout. Okay, so it's quite simple to do that. Now, within this user, this is the parent users, right? We are going to create a new folder, users layout. Okay. Now, what we are going to do is to move this layout within the users layout like this. Having done that, we also have to move the first user within the users layout. And lastly, we have to move the second user into the users layout. So having done this, what you have to do is to abstract this folder away from the URL so that we don't have to do /users/users layout/first user. So now when you go back to the browser, you will realize that the third user no longer assumes the property of the layout. But we have a problem right here. So within the URL, we have to target the users layout /first user.
So if you observe carefully, you will realize that we are doing too many things just to target the first user. So the best practice is to abstract the user's layout away from the URL segment. And the only way we can do that is wrap up the user's layout in parentheses like this. When you hit the enter key. So with this implementation, we have succeeded in abstracting away the user's layout from the URL segment. So this guy right here will not be injected into the URL. Okay.
Now, when you head onto the browser, it says page not found. You know why? It is simply because the user's layout is being abstracted away from the URL segment. And by so doing, it is not going to be injected into the URL. All we have to do is to wipe it off like this. Okay? Now it is going to be localhost 3000 / users / first user. And boom. Can you see? Everything is working perfectly fine as expected. So when you do localhost / users / third user, the third user can no longer make use of the properties within the layout. So this exactly is how you can create your own layout and then abstract away some of the pages that you do not want to assume the same properties. And in this example, we want the first and the second layout to assume the same background, and then we want to create a unique layout for the third user. I want to show you everything. Third user, page.tss. Okay, let's give it a background, class name, and then bg dash red dash 200. You can also give it a height, h dash screen. So this will make the view height to be 100. Can you see? Now we have implemented a unique background for the third user. But when you check out the first user, it has a light yellow background, and then the second user also has the light yellow background. Welcome back to class. In this lecture, we are going to discuss metadata routing. When it comes to building professional application, ensuring proper SEO optimization is crucial for improving search visibility that leads to conversions. The Metadata API introduced by Next.js allows you to define metadata for each page. Ensuring accurate and relevant information is saved when your page are shared or indexed. So in this lecture, we are going to discuss how to utilize the Metadata API to improve routing metadata. Following the new routing convention, there are two ways to configure metadata. So you can either generate the static metadata object or export a dynamic generate metadata function. This may sound a little bit tricky, but don't worry, when we begin to practicalize it, you will definitely understand it well enough. Now open up the VS Code and let me show you. Right here, we have to close some of the stuffs down. So within the app, the layout right here contains the first metadata. So the first metadata that we have in our project can be seen within the root layout. Click to open. The root layout is right within the app directory. Okay, so this one is the default layout of every Next.js application. So yeah, and here is the metadata. Within we have the title and the description. So when you go back to the browser, okay, oops, see, this is the home page. Let's quickly implement the height. Give the class name quickly. Give the height of 100 view height. All right, look, it is working fine. Then let's quickly give the h1 a class name. Then I'm gonna do text dash for Excel. All right, good. Homepage is fine. You can implement the padding and the rest of them, but that is not the intention of this lecture. Now let's close down the page. Go back to the layout.tss. So haven't seen the title and the description. When you go back to the browser, let's quickly inspect the console. Open up the element window. Let's zoom up a little bit. So here within the head, click to open. And then when you scroll down, you are going to see the title, Create Next App. So this is where it is coming from, right here. So you can do, let's say, next course from beginner to advanced. Now, can you see within the title, you're going to see next course from beginner to advanced. Having seen the first metadata, we can as well create our own metadata within the page. So let me show you how to do that. We have to look out for a page that we can use. So let's try using the profile here. Okay, then open up the page.css. So here at the top, we have to define the metadata. So within, it is going to take in a property called title. Within the title, I'm going to do code with a doobaba. All right, save the application and check out the browser. Now I want to show you something. Here is the home page, right? So when you reload, and here we have the title as next course from beginner to advanced. Now when you do /profile, check out the title again. It is now code with a doobaba. So this exactly is how you can create your static metadata. All right, so having done this, let's quickly see how we can create a dynamic metadata. So let's assume you are creating a blog application and each blog has several posts, right? So when you click on each and every of the posts, we should be able to see the title of the post as metadata. So let's do that quickly. Open up the blog, and within the blog, right here, within the page.css, oops, not here. This one is for the single blog page. So open up the post ID. Within, you're going to see the page.css. All right, so here exactly is where the fun begins. First, we have to import metadata from Next. Import, in bracket, metadata from Next. So having done that, let's quickly create the type. Now params is going to be an object with a post ID of string. Okay, beautiful. So having done this, let's quickly export the metadata. Let's quickly take in the params. We then have to set it to an arrow function. Now we are going to return. So within the return, we are going to access the property title, the blog post. Then we're going to do params dot post ID. So we are trying to bind the metadata and the post ID. Okay, so when you click on any post, you are going to see the title of that post within the metadata title. Having done this, lastly, we have to alter this function here because we have already created the type here. Okay, we just have to delete this one like this. Wipe it off, and then I'm going to do probs. And having done this, okay, there's a problem here. Okay, guys, take a look. So when you come here, let's give it post ID because this must be the same with this guy right here, which is the URL segment. Okay, and here it should be post ID, just like this. Okay, let's check out the browser, refresh. Okay, now I'm gonna do localhost 3000/blog/800. Let's see what happens. Okay, beautiful. Let's check it out on the element window. Click on heading, and within the title, you're going to see blog post 800. Can you see? Blog post 800. So we have succeeded in extracting the ID and then passing it down into the title using metadata. Okay, so if you do For example, /blog/football. Then when you check out the title, you're going to see blog post football.
Title metadata. The primary purpose of the title field is to define the document title, and it can either be a string or an object. An example of string title field is what we have here within the layout. So this is the string title field, right? So in this lecture, we will go ahead to implement the object title field. To achieve that, what we have to do is to wipe this guy off for the meantime, and then open and close curly bracket. Make sure to place a comma right here. And again, make sure to import the metadata at the top. Import type metadata from Next. Having done that, within the title, we have three different properties. The first property is the absolute. The second property is the default property. And lastly, the template property. Now, let's talk about the default property. The default property is useful when you want to provide a title for a child route segment that do not have a metadata. Okay, for example, let's look at for a page route within the project that do not have a metadata. Okay, let's say I have to close this down for proper understanding. Okay, the user do not have a metadata. So let's see what we have here. Okay, this page do not have a metadata. So when you go back to the layout, all you have to do is, this is the default title for all the layouts without metadata. This is for example sake. You can use a more readable sentence at your end that describes the intention of your project. So when you save and check out the browser, now we're going to do localhost /3000/users/third user. The attention should be within the element window. So let's open up the head, scroll down, and then you see this is the default title for all the layout without metadata. Even if you check out, for example, /users/first user. This is the first user and it has exactly the same title. Can you see? Hope you can see the title over here. This is the default title for all the layout without metadata. So this exemplifies the default property. The next in line is the template. The template property is useful when you want to create a dynamic title by adding either a prefix or a suffix. Let's quickly practicalize it so that you get the gist. Here is the template, right? So what I'm going to do right now is the %sign and then S like this, something like this, and then I'm going to do a Dubaba digital. All right. When you save, let's quickly open up the blog page. Okay, let's use the blog page for this one. Here's the blog. I think here's the blog page. Okay, good. Within the blog page, we have to import the metadata from Next. Then, having done that, let's quickly export. And the type is metadata. Specify the title. And I'm going to do here blog list. So the idea is simple. We want to use this blog list over here to replace, let me show you, this guy. Okay, so on the browser, you're going to see blog list /edubaba digital. You save. Let's check out the browser. Localhost /3000/ oh my goodness, guys, I live close to the airport, so if you hear any sound of the airplane, it simply implies you are going to travel anytime soon. All right, let's continue. Now we're going to have localhost 3000/blog. And here within the title, you see the blog list and then Edubaba Digital. So we have used the blog list to replace this guy right here. So in other words, we are suffixing the blog list with Edubaba Digital, just as seen on the browser within the element window. Blog list, Edubaba Digital. So whenever you want to prefix or suffix some stuffs within your project, this exactly is how to implement it using metadata. Let's talk about the absolute. All right, so the absolute property is useful if you want to provide a title that ignores the title templates set within the parent layout. So for example, if you want to ignore this guys right here, all of this title template right here, if you want to ignore it, you have to make use of the absolute. Okay, so let's check it out on the browser again. Here we have blog list and Edubaba Digital. So if you go back to that same page, which is the blog page, now let's implement the absolute. What we have to do is to wipe off this guy and then introduce the object. Within the object, we're going to do absolute. I just have to close this down. We are implementing the absolute right here, so we do not need it within the parent layout any longer. So wipe this off like this. Save. So right here, what you have to do is, this is the absolute title. And when you check out the browser, can you see? This is the absolute title right here. So this is all about routing and metadata. Welcome back to class. In the previous lecture, we explore the Next.js file-based system routing techniques. And we learned how to create different route techniques like the nested route, dynamic route, and the catch-all route. However, you will notice that we have been entering the URL manually within the tab. If we want to route to the blog page, we have to do localhost 3000/blog. Like this, and then if we want to route to the profile page, we have to do /profile. From the developer's point of view, there's nothing wrong with this. But from the end user's point of view, it is considered improper because the end users may not even know the route that you have within your project. Therefore, we should be able to make it easy for the end user to route from one page to the other by mere clicking on a link. And that, of course, will be implemented with the link component present in Next.js 14. Let me show you quickly. Go back to VS Code, Command B to open up the Explorer. Within the app, so here is the home page, okay, the page.tss that is right within the root directory, which is the app. When you click to open, right here, we have to implement the link. So to implement the link, first, take a look. The next image is not in use. So we have to import link from next/link. Having done this, let's quickly implement the links below the h1 tag. So let's assume we want to route to the blog page. Link, and please take note, the link is on capital letter L. The hypertext reference equal, we are not going to use the curly bracket. Instead, let's make use of the single quote or the double quote. Now, let's look at something. Within the Explorer, you will realize that we have a route called blog, right? So to target this route, all we have to do is /
And then we have to specify the route, which is blog. It's as simple as that. And then close up the link. Here I'm going to do blog page. The inner HTML is going to be the text that will be displayed on the screen. And when you click on the text, it will lead you to the blog page. Save and check out the browser. Okay. We have to navigate to the home page. And here is the blog. When you click, now we are on the blog page. Teaching good? Beautiful. So you know that when implementing a reward application, when you visit the blog page, you do not have to click on this tab right here to go back. Instead, we should be able to implement a link over here that will redirect us back to the home page. So what I'm going to do right now is go back to the project within the blog page. This is the blog page right here. Let's quickly import link from next/link. And we have to put the link at the top like this. ahref equal, we're going to do home, and here we're going to do home. Now we don't have to specify home right here. Wipe it off. So if you want to route to the home page, the convention is to specify a / like this. This will be a pointer to the home page. When you click on this home within the inner HTML, you will be redirected to the home page. Save and check it out. And here is it at the top. Can you see? When you click on the home, you go back home. And then you click on the blog. And now we are within the blog page. We can as well go back to home page. Everything is working perfectly fine as expected. So now the next in line is to implement the dynamic routing system. For example, if you do localhost 3000/blog/800, okay? Now we have been able to pass the blog post down to the details page. So that exactly is what we want to do, right? So for example, when you go back to the blog page, if you click on the blog post 1, we should be able to pass the blog post 1 into a new page. We don't have to type the URL manually on the address bar. All right, I talk too much really, but it is for your own good. So within the blog page, what we have to do now is to implement the dynamic route. We already imported the link at the top. So right here, what we should do is simple. Highlight this guy and then cut it off, which is the inner HTML text. And then we are going to have a link like this. And then this link, the href, which is the hypertext reference, /blog/1. And then here, we are going to paste the blog post 1. It's as simple as that. Okay. Now, when you click on the blog post 1, it will open up a new page with blog post 1. So this exactly is how to implement a dynamic link. Now we have to copy the link, highlight from lines 18 to 20. Highlight, copy, come here, highlight the inner HTML text, wipe it off, and then paste this guy. But now we have to change the ID to 2 and the blog post to 2 as well. And so on and so forth. So you can do the rest at your end because you're a smart guy. Of course you can do it. 3, here is going to be 3. All right, just not to waste your time, I just have to save, go back to the browser, and let's see what we have on board. Let's give it a try by clicking blog post 1. Take a look. It says details page with the ID of 1. Take a look at the URL, blog/1. And now we've succeeded in passing down the ID over here. This is so nice. So when you click blog post 2, details page with the ID of 2, and so on and so forth. Something very important that I want to share with you is the replace probes. So here, okay, let's quickly format the code. All right, it's got a very nice shape now. So here I can do something like replace. Okay, when you save, let's check out the behavior of the replace probes. This guy. Go back to the browser, Now give it a try. We click on blog post 1. It opens up the details page with the ID of 1. So you go back, blog post 2. Here we have the ID of a post 2. All right. Now let's click on blog post 3. I want you to notice the behavior. When I click on this guy right here, can you see? It sends us back to the home page. Okay, so blog page, the first blog post, when you click, it takes you back to the blog list. And then if you click the second one and go back, it takes you back to the blog list page. But when you click on the post 3, when you go back, it is going to send you back to the home page. So that exactly is what the replace props does. Give it a try. I click, you see, it sends us back to the home page. This is all for now, and in the next lecture, we will discuss how to conditionally stylize a link.
Welcome back to class. In the previous lecture, we learned how to implement the navigation links. We will go ahead to stylize the link based on condition. For example, if you observe this beautiful portfolio website, you will realize that we are right within the home page. And that exactly is the reason the home link is highlighted, because the URL is active. And also, when you click on the portfolio link gets highlighted simply because the URL portfolio is active. Okay, and if you click on About Me, same thing here. Simply because the URL is active, the link will be marked as selected. Okay, so that exactly is what we want to implement on our demo application. Within the project, Command B to open up the Explorer. Let's implement it on the register page. So right here, what we have to do is to click on the layout. Of course, you know that the forgot password, the login, and the register would definitely go into the layout. Now click on the layout to open, and then close down the Explorer. The first thing I'm going to do right here is to highlight and then place a comment on the metadata. Having done that, at the top, we are going to import link from Next/link. Now we are going to import the use path name. The use path name is going to help store the active URL. So when it stores the active URL, we would then be able to extract the URL and stylize it differently. Use path name, of course, it's a hook, and it is coming from the Next/navigation. Having done all of this, let's quickly do something. And again, very important stuff that you have to take away from here is that we want to read all our links within an array. And after that, we just have to map through it. This exactly is how to build an application like a pro. So let's store it on a constant. Nav links equal open and close array. And then within the array, we are going to have the first object. We are going to call it name. The name is going to have the register. So this one is going to be the inner HTML kind of vibe. So it is going to be the text that will define the link. And now we're going to have a href. Also, we have to set the href to /register, knowing that we have a route called register over here within the project. So we are targeting this route. Now the next in line is to highlight, duplicate it 2 times. Here we are going to do login, and it is going to be /login. And of course, here we are going to do forgot password. All right, having done this, make sure to change this to small letter because it should match exactly what we have here. Or the best way to do it is to right click and then rename. Copy the name, and here you can just come and paste exactly the name of the route. Oops, take a look. We have to place a comma on it. Having done this, let's go ahead to map through all of the stuff right here and have them display on the screen. So right below the children, we're going to have opening and closing curly brackets so that we can take in JavaScript and stuff like that. Now we're going to do nav links dot map. And then we are going to take in the link. So this guy right here represents each link in the array. Set it to an arrow function, open and close curly bracket. And within, we are going to return the UI. Open and close parentheses. Within the parentheses, we are going to have the link. The href, which is the hypertext reference. We are going to do link.href. And again, we have to specify the key because we are mapping through an item. The key is going to be link.name. Okay, so we can use name to uniquely identify each of this stuff right here. We have register, login, and forgot password. All right, I feel good. Okay, quickly, let's close down the link. And right here, give it a class name. We have to render the name. So I'm going to do link.name. Save and check out the browser. There are these. Observe it carefully at the top. Can you see? We have the register, the login, and the forgot password. Now, when you click on login, we will move to the login page. When you click on password, we will move to the password page, and as well, we can come back to the register page. Beautiful. Now, I want you to recall the intention. The idea is to mark the link as selected when you click on it. So when you click on any of the link, we want it to stay active. For example, when you click on forgot password, we want the forgot password to be highlighted because it is active over here within the URL. Let's quickly do that with the help of the use path name. So the use path name is a hook. We have to invoke it. Let's do it right here. Let's do it right here. So the use path name is a hook. We have to invoke it. Use path name. And of course, it's a function, right? And then we are going to store it to a constant. Const path name equal use path name. And now the path name is going to store the active URL, okay? So now we have the active URL stored within the path name. We have to make use of it. When you come down here, what we should do is we're going to do const is active equal path name dot. Within the use path name hook, we have a method called start with. So now we are going to access a method called start with. And then we're going to do link.href. So now we are done getting the current URL. What we have to do is to conditionally stylize the link based on the active URL. All right, it's quite simple to do that. Within the class name over here, let's replace this with a curly bracket because we are going to do a lot of JavaScript in between. If is active is equal true, what we are going to do is to have the text to be text dash yellow dash 400. We can then change the font to serif. Let's make it bold a little bit. Font dash bold. Okay, so you can go ahead to stylize it and make it look better at your end, the way that it suits you. Okay, and else, what do? We're going to give it a text color of blue dash 400. When you save the application, check out the browser. Oops, remove child on node. All right, guys. Let me show you something within the console. Can you see? Error, use path name only works in client component. By default, Next.js runs on the server side, okay? And if you want to make use of hooks, you have to switch from server-side rendering to client-side rendering. And it is extremely easy to do that. Scroll to the top. Within the single quote, we're going to do use client. Simple as that. You can terminate it with the semicolon if you wish to. And when you save again, let's see what we have now. All right, let's check it out on the browser. And there are these. But before we proceed with the demo, I want to show you something very important. When I reload the page, at the bottom left corner of the screen, you will see the error alert. When you click to open, it says test content does not match server rendered HTML. Something is wrong behind the scene. So let's go back to the code. Within the layout.tss, we have to do something, okay? Let's take off this HTML over here. Take it off. And here, let's replace the body with a fragment. So you just have to highlight the body and then Command D to multi-select. Wipe it off. Save the application. So quickly, let's check out the browser. Let's reload and the error is gone. Okay, so when you observe the screen carefully, you will see the register, login, and forgot password. So let's give it a try by clicking the login. When you click, can you see? Now, within the address bar, you will realize that the login is currently active. And for that, this has to be highlighted. Okay, and as well, when you click on the password, the URL become active and here it will be selected. Okay, so it is active over here and so on and so forth. Register, login, forgot password. Currently, our application works perfectly fine when you navigate to localhost 3000/blog/1/comments/1. And this will take us to where we have the comments for a blog post. So you all know that sometimes an error could occur in your application, right? So let's assume you are trying to fetch the first comment for the first post. And so you just encounter an error. To demonstrate this example, we have to create an error in the application ourselves. Open up the Explorer and then the blog, post ID, comments, comment ID. So open up this guy, Command B to close it down. Now let's quickly create an error. Here we're going to have a function get random int. We're going to have a count. So what we should do is to return mat.floor. This is just a basic JavaScript that you should know. And then mat.random. Beautiful. Having done this, come here. Let's quickly store the random to a constant. Const random equal get random int. Here exactly is where we would throw the error. If random is equal to 1, then we are going to throw a new error. Error loading this comment. Now we are done with this. Let's quickly check it out on the browser. Okay, let's reload. And we have it here, error loading this comment. The intention of we creating this error is to see how we can handle an error in the future when an error occurs. So just take, for example, someone visits your website and he is trying to process something. Suddenly, an error pops up like this. The person will lose trust of that website immediately. Okay, so if there's any error within the project, we should be able to handle that error without breaking down the application. Because right here, the application is broken. Even when you reload, look, the application is broken. So this is not professional. The best thing we should do is to capture this error and then have it displayed on the UI so that the users can have a better experience. That exactly is how we can handle this error professionally. So you go back to the VS Code, open up the Explorer. Within the comment ID, this guy, right click, new file. We are going to call this error.tsx. Within the error.tsx, let's quickly export the error boundary.
RFC to generate the functional component, but this time around we are going to call it error boundary, just like this. And then here on the UI, we are going to have a h1 tag. So within, we're going to have a h1 tag, and then we're going to do error in comment ID. So we have to switch from server side to the client side. Save. Again on the browser. All right. Now it says error in the comment ID. Previously, when we implemented an error in our project, the entire application got broken, and then we saw the annoying error on the screen. That is a very bad experience to give to your users. Okay, so for example, you visit a website to purchase something and suddenly the website got broken and you see some bunch of red lines everywhere complaining of an error. I believe you will lose trust of that website. So the best way is to present the error to the users in a very professional manner. And that exactly is what we did here. Okay? So you can go back to your project and customize the error the way you want it. Okay? So you can give it a class name, for example. Then you can do p-4 bg-red let's say 200 text dash it excel. So let's see what we have now. Reload again and again. Okay, and then you see error in comment ID. So this exactly is how to handle error in Next.js. Another thing you can do is to display the error programmatically. So we have a prop right here called error, and the prop is of type error. Having done this, so what we have to do here is to display it on the UI. I'm going to display error dot message. When you save and check out the browser, see error loading this comment, and this stuff is coming from this place right here. Okay, so we are getting the error message from here. All right, so this is all for now. See you in the next lecture. A template file is similar to a layout in that it wraps each child layout or page. Unlike layouts that persist across routes and maintain its state, templates create a new instance for each of their children on navigation, which simply implies the state of the application will be altered when you navigate to a new page. To get a deep understanding of how the template works, we definitely have to put it into practice by comparing it with the layout. So let's quickly implement it. Command B to open up the Explorer. All right, so I think we should do it within the register, which is the auth, right? So, okay, let's do something. Okay, so open up the auth, and then this layout right here. Let's implement it because the forgot password, login, register, they are all going into the layout. Open. We need states in our application to demonstrate this example. Let's quickly import the useState hook from React. Let's quickly declare the variables and the setter function to update the state. Right here, I'm going to do const input, comma, set input. And the initial state is going to be an empty string. Of course, you should know this starting from React. So having done this, let's quickly implement it within the project. Now we're going to have a div. Within this div, we're going to have an input tag. Specify the value. The value is going to be input. Unchange, which means when the user begins to type into the input field, we have to grab the datas. So now we're going to get access to the event. With the help of the event, we are going to call the setter function to update the initial state. And within the setter function, we then have to use the event to target and grab the value. Simple as that. Okay. Lastly, we have to close the input with a self-closing tag. Let's quickly give it a style. Okay, a little bit of style to make it appear nicely. Class name, I'm going to do outline. We want the corners to be rounded a little bit, so let's make it rounded SM. So having done this, let's quickly check it out on the browser. Now we're going to do localhost 3000/register. And now you can see the input right here. Okay, let's do something. Let's give this div a class name. Let's specify the padding to be 4. And good. All right. Take a look. Now we have the input right here. Let's quickly type in something within the input field. Edubaba Digital. I want you to observe the behavior when I navigate to the login page. So I click on the login page. Let me show you. We are within the login page. Look, can you see? The state is not altered. When you also navigate to forget password, you will realize that the state is not altered as well. So the layout maintains a consistent state within the project. Can you see? Even when you hit login, when you hit register, and the state is not altered. Okay, this is the state over here. Now we want to replace the layout with the templates, and then we can observe the behavior to understand the difference between the layout and the template. All right, let's do that quickly. Command B to open up the Explorer. So what we have to do is to right click and then rename. Wipe off the layout, and then I'm going to do template.tss. Boom. Okay. We have to say yes to it. Now save the project. On the browser, let's quickly reload. All right, everything cool. Now let's give it a try. And I'm going to do Edubaba Digital. When you hit on login, you see, upon navigation, the state is destroyed. So this exactly is the difference between the template and the layout. Special files. The special file that we're going to discuss in this lecture is the loading.js. The loading.js or TSS helps you to create meaningful loading UI with React source pens. With this convention, you can show an instant loading state from the server while the content of a route segment loads. The new content is automatically swapped in once the rendering is complete. So for example, if a user clicks on a blog post, it will take some time for the post to be fetched and be rendered on the screen, right? So while you keep waiting for the post, we should be able to create a loading bar to give the user a kind of response that the post is currently fetching. Now you open up the Explorer. Let's quickly implement it on the blog post. Within the blog, right-click, create a new file. And this will be called loading.tsx. You can call it loading.js depending on what you are using. When you hit the enter key, generate the functional component. Let's quickly design the loading UI. Give it a class name of, and then the height is going to be 100 VH. The background BG dash, yellow dash 800. Oops, that will be too much. So let's make it 400. All right, having done this, within the inner HTML of the div, we're going to have a h1 tag. And then we're going to do loading. Let's quickly stylize the h1 tag as well. Text dash 8XL. text dash blue dash 100. The text color is blue, and then we have to align the text to center. All right, save the application. Go back to the browser. So when we click on this link right here, before the blog page opens up, you will definitely see the loading page. Take a look. Though it is quite fast, but we have to do it again. All right. So this exactly is what we are talking about. Here exactly is the application that we are going to build in this course. And now let's proceed. At the top left corner of the screen, you will see the menu. When you click, it is going to open up the navigation drawer. And when you hover on the links, it is going to be highlighted. I hover, the portfolio gets highlighted, About Me, and Hire Me. Right below, we have the social media links. And everything is working perfectly fine as expected. Matter of fact, when you click on Instagram, you can open up my Instagram page. So you can click on the X icon to close it down. And also at the top, we have the header. Within the header, we have the links. It has exactly the same behavior with that of the navigation drawer. When you hover on it, it gets highlighted. And when you click, for example, when I click on the portfolio, it is going to smooth scroll to the portfolio component, and then this link will be highlighted. Take a look. Do you see? Now we are within the portfolio component, and this portfolio link over here is highlighted. The same thing here, and when you go back home, is exactly the same behavior. Tell me, doesn't it look good? Of course it does. Let's continue. At the left side of the screen, you have my name and my company. And as well, we have the project button and the get resume button. The project button does exactly the same thing with the portfolio link over here. So when I click on the project, it will as well smooth scroll to the portfolio component. And when I click on the get resume button, it is going to download my resume. Take a look. Can you see? Downloaded. Let's check it out quickly. And here is it. Beautiful. Back to the project. And here we have the profile picture. So right at the bottom, we have the skill box. Let's quickly go on to the portfolio component. So when I click on the project, take a look. Beautiful. So we have the various projects that I have worked on. Okay, we have the Yum Food Company, the Next.js portfolio website, which is this website that I'm showcasing, and so on and so forth. So I can click on each card item to open it up on a single page. And now when I hover on this card, you are going to see this icon here like the eyes. Click to open. And here is the portfolio details page. So this is what I have to say about the portfolio, the description, and these are the technologies I used. Very interesting. When you scroll down, we can click on the button to show the next project. Can you see? Take a look. And also, we can click on the previous to show the previous project. Let's quickly go back to home component. The next in line is the About Me component. And this is another interesting component. Looks so beautiful. When you hover, you see some beautiful hover effects. Can you see that beautiful animation? The front-end developer skill, back-end, and so on and so forth. You can as well change it with this button right here within the card. Take a look. Having done this, let's move on to the testimonial component. You can as well use the mouse to swipe the testimonial. And lastly, we have the footer component. At the bottom right corner of the screen, you are going to see the call to action button. When I click, it is going to smooth scroll to the home component. And now I am about to showcase one of the most important features of a portfolio website, which is the Hire Me page. So when you click on Hire Me, it is going to open up the Hire Me page. And here we have this beautiful write-up. And also we have the cards showing your address, your phone number, email, and your opening hours. Now when I click on the contact form, it is going to smooth scroll to the contact form section. Take a look. Perfect. Now let's start by clicking on the send button. When you click on the send button, it is going to prompt you to fill in the fields. For the name, David. And for the email, david@gmail.com. So for the number, I'm just going to type a random number. For the subject, I will say testing the website. So right here, what I'm going to do is So having done this, let me quickly take you back to my inbox for clarity. So right here, I will have to reload again because I want everything to appear transparent. Now, can you see? I do not have anything within the inbox. No new message. Go back to the website. Let's give it a try by clicking the send button. I click. It begins to load. Can you see this loading bar over here? Message successfully sent. Thank you for contacting a Dubaba. Let's go back to the inbox and see what we have. Now I click to open. So this is the message from David. Tell me, doesn't it look good? Of course it does. And for sure, you can reply David by clicking on the reply button over here and conversation can go on. Let's quickly test the application on mobile device. Can you see? Very beautiful. So you can click on the service to open up the services content here. The company, the helpful link, and all of these stuffs, you are going to learn how to do them from scratch. Scroll to the top, open up the navigation drawer. Let's go back home. Take a look. This is super amazing. All right. And when you click on the call to action button, boom, beautiful. You can download your resume if you want. Can you see that? It just downloaded right now. You can smooth scroll to the portfolio component and you can check it out over here. All right. So having done this, let's check it out on iPad device. Can you see? This is so nice. This is beautiful. You can click to open. You can hit the next, and so on and so forth. You can go back home. I have included the link to the demo website right within the description. Simply because I also want you to have the experience at your end to see how fast and beautiful the website is. Indeed, you deserve it to be seen. So, if you want to join me to build this elegant website from scratch, all you have to do is to hit the like button, make sure to subscribe, and let's get started.
getting started with the ultimate Next.js portfolio website. In this section of the course, we are going to make some necessary installations to get going. Let's start by discussing the Node versions. It is clear that before you install React or Next.js, you need to have Node.js installed on your machine. My advice to you is simple. Always make sure to download and install the latest stable release. You see this guy over here? It is not meant for you and I. Reason being that it comes with extra complexities that you may not be able to manage. So let's quickly download and install the latest stable release. I click, then we are downloading already. And here's it. Click. Let's continue. You have to go through all of the stuffs if you have the time, but for me, I just have to continue. And then agree. Continue. Hit on the install button. And of course, if you're on Mac, you have to log in. So click on install software. Installed successful. Open up the terminal. Within the terminal, we have to check and be sure that we have installed Node.js. So what I'm going to do is node-v. This will actually show up the version of Node that we just installed. Hit on the enter key. Now we have Node version 18.17.0. Close it down. The next in line is to install a code editor. And the code editor I'm going to use in this course is the VS Code. Feel free to use any code editor of your choice, but for me, the VS Code is always my favorite. Depending on the operating system you are working with, click on this arrow and then install for Mac, Windows, or Linux. Right here, I am working on Mac OS, so I just have to download for Mac. And I have it installed already, so I don't have to do this any longer. You just have to go ahead, download, and install VS Code. Having done that, let's quickly open up the VS Code. Alright, maximize. Now we are done installing VS Code. Let's go ahead to install the necessary plugin that will be useful in the future. Extremely important. Open up the extension. Right within the search box, we are going to search for React Native React Redux snippet. Here is it. You have to click to install. This is a shortcutting tool that will help us generate some piece of code, so we don't have to type all of those stuffs from scratch. Don't worry, you definitely will get the gist in the future. Haven't installed this one? Close it down. And again, we are going to install Predia. Click to open and then install. Basically, Predia will help format your code for proper indentations. Now we are done with the installation. Close it down. And for sure, some of you are curious to know the VS Code theme that I'm using. Don't worry, I will definitely share with you. Again, within the search box, we are going to search for IU. Click to open. I have it installed already on my VS Code, so make sure to install it at your end. And then the actual theme that I'm using, let me show you. Click on Set Color Theme. I am using RU Dark. Here is it. So you can decide to use any of these themes over here. They are all fantastic. Previously, I was using RU Mirage, but now I am using RU Dark. So please do make sure you install all of these plugins, right? Because it is going to be extremely helpful in the future. Having done this, let's move on to the next lecture where we will install Next.js. See you in the next lecture. Stay focused and always take care. In this lecture, we will go ahead to install Next.js. Before we proceed with Next.js installation, make sure to restart your VS Code. Reason being that in the previous lecture, we downloaded some plugins. And for these plugins to work, you have to restart your VS Code. And I've done that at my end. So having done that, quickly create a folder right within the desktop. Right click, new folder. And I'm going to call this folder Portfolio. Drag and drop this folder down into the VS Code. Quit the welcome page. Maximize the VS Code. Control backtick to open up the VS Code integrated terminal. Or you can go to the top menu, Terminal, New Terminal. And then this guy right here will be opened. And now we have to proceed with the installation. So I'm going to do npx create next-app. Give it a space, /. So this guy right here is going to point to the directory portfolio, and that will have the Next.js installed within the portfolio directory. Hit on the enter key to get it fired up. And here it says, would you like to use TypeScript? Nope, we are not using TypeScript. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. Tailwind? Yep. You can use the left or right arrow key to switch between yes or no. Would you like to use the source directory? Yep. Would you like to use app router? Yep. And then it says, would you like to customize the default import alias? I'm going to say yes. Having done that, hit the enter key to get it fired up. The installation is ongoing. This would definitely take a while, so I just have to fast forward the lecture. Next.js installed successful. Now we are going to run the server. npm run dev. Hit the enter key and boom. Now the server will be opened on localhost port 3000. Here is it. You click on the link to follow up. And here is it. So this is how the default Next.js application looks. Alright, so let's clean up the code. Go back to VS Code, open up the src, page.js. Let's bring down the terminal. So I'm going to do Command B to close down the Explorer. Let's highlight from line 6 to lines 110. Haven't highlighted all of these. We just have to wipe it off. Save. And also, we don't want to make use of any of this guy here. When you save, go back to the browser. Nothing is seen on the browser. Command B to open up the Explorer. We have to tidy up the global CSS. Click to open. Select from lines 5 to the end. Wipe it off. Save. On the browser, here is it. This is all for now. In the next lecture, we will make the necessary settings. See you in the next lecture. Stay focused and always take care. Application built with Next.js and React.js follows the component-based architectural approach, which simply implies components are one of the basic building blocks of every React application. So in this lecture, we are going to define the structure of our project, following the best practices. So on the screen is the home component. At the top, we have the header component. When you scroll down, we also have the recent works component. And there is something that I want to show you over here. Okay, within this component, when you click on any of these cards, let me show you, it is going to pass the corresponding data into a new page. So we can say that we have a portfolio details page, or you can call it a single post page. Okay, and this will open our eyes to dynamic routing system in Next.js. Go back home. So already we have the recent works component. Now we have the about me component. We have the testimonial component. And lastly, we have the footer component. When you observe the bottom right corner of the screen, you will see the call to action button. And that as well is a component. We can make it a reusable component in the future. So when I click on the call to action button, it is going to smooth scroll to the home component. Here is it. Beautiful. And when I click on hire me, it will as well open up a new page. So we can say that we have two different pages in this application. And we have, let's see how many components we have here. The header component is 1. Then the home component is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At the bottom right corner of the screen, we have the call to action component. Now, at the top left corner of the screen, we have the diagonal draw component. So the diagonal draw component can as well be found within the header component. So having said all this, let's go on to create the corresponding folders that will map to these components. Open up the SRC, right within the app directory. Right-click, new folder, and we are going to call it components. Within the components, right-click, new folder. We are going to create the header directory for the header component. Within the components, we have the home component. Again, right-click, new folder. We have the about me. We have the slider card. And the slider card will map to the portfolio component. Let me show you. This is the portfolio component. So all of the stuff's here. Okay. Good. Again, within the components, new folder, the contact me component. We are going to have the call to action component. Let me show you. At the bottom right corner of the screen, you are going to see the call to action button. And when I click on this button, it is going to smooth scroll to the home component. And here is it. Beautiful. When you scroll down, the button appears. Lastly, we are going to have the footer component. I basically want each and every one of us to achieve exactly the same result in terms of the font, the images, including the style. Open up the portfolio resources. At your end, the portfolio resources will be placed below this lecture. Open up the portfolio resources. Now, here are some of the assets that we are going to use, including the datas. Quickly open up the portfolio images. Here are the images and fonts that we are going to use. When you open up the fonts directory, we have all the recollects that we want to use. Beautiful. Now open up the portfolio directory. Open up the public. What we are going to do is to highlight everything over here, right click, copy, come here and paste. We have to replace, and as well, we have to replace. This is just the two items that we replaced, the next.svg and the vessel.svg. All right, so we are done importing the images and fonts. One more thing that we are going to do, close this down. Go back to portfolio resources. Open up at Next directory. Now we have the Google font. Go back to VS Code. Open up the Next module. Scroll down and you are going to see at Next. Open. Let's minimize the VS Code. So what I'm going to do is to drag this font right into at Next directory. Maximize. Can you see? Perfect. Having done this, still within the portfolio resources, open up coderesources.md. We are going to copy the global style. Stop at lines 72. Right click, copy. Go back to VS Code. We also have to close down the node module. Right within the SRC, you are going to find the global CSS. Click to open. Command V to paste. These are the global style that we are going to use all through the course. And for sure, this guy here is responsible for the blue tick when the link is clicked within the header. This is responsible for the smooth scroll. So you do not need to worry about this stuff right now. It is going to be explained carefully in the future. So, save, close it down. One more thing we are going to do is to set up the Google font. Still within the code resources.md, scroll down, we have to copy the stuff. Go back to VS Code, open up the layout.js. We do not want to use this enter font, so we are going to import local fonts from at nest/font/local. This guy is no longer needed. Wipe it off. And now we are going to paste. Having done this, we have to get all of these fonts in sync with the project. So right here, remove the enter. And then we are going to do poppins. Okay, everything is cool. So friends, please do make sure to import all of these stuffs correctly. Welcome back to class. In this lecture, we are going to design the home component. So quickly open up the component and within this directory, right click, new file. We are going to create a component called homecomponent.js. If you have the React Native React Redux snippet, when you do RFC, you should be able to generate the functional component. Beautiful. Having done this, let's quickly render the component within the parent page. And here's the parent page. Click to open. Right at the top, we have to import home component from ./component/home component/home component. It's as simple as that. And then we have to render it over here. Save. Let's see what happens on the browser. And here is the home component. Beautiful. Let's go ahead to design the home component. Command B to close down the Explorer. We are not going to use a parent div simply because we do not want an extra node in our tree. Wipe it off. What we are going to use is React.fragment. Good. Within the fragment, we are going to have a div, give it an ID, home. Close down the div. So let's create the layout. So here we are going to have an inline style. The background image, linear dash, gradient. So we want to rotate it 62 degree, comma, and the color from the left is going to be 50%. Place a comma right here. We are going to give it a minimum height of 500 pixels. Separate it with the comma. The maximum height is going to be 1200 pixels. You have to separate it with the comma. So let's specify the actual height. Height is going to be 100%. The width 100%. When you save, on the browser, here is it. Welcome back to class. In this lecture, I will teach you how to implement the layout in a different style. So from the left edge of the screen to this point right here, the point where we demarcated the layout, the value is 50%. And from this point to the right edge of the screen is also 50%. So we can say that from the left to the right edge of the screen is 100% in full measurement. So we just demarcated it. Yeah. So if we want to get the exact same pattern that I'm using, which is this guy, okay, we are going to have the left portion to be 65%, and then the right portion is going to be 35%. And that is quite simple to implement. So I'm just going to wipe off everything from here. We also have to wipe off the degree, simply because we do not want it to be slanted. Wipe it off. To right, comma. The color is going to be white, 65%. Place a comma right here. And then the rest portion is going to be 35%. So let's wipe off this guy. Go back to the browser and boom. Can you see? So this exactly is how to implement it in a different pattern. So you can decide on anyone you want to work with. For me, I have to work with the first implementation. Let's undo, save, and here is it. Beautiful. In the previous lecture, we succeeded in setting up the layout. In this lecture, we are going to proceed with the design. Within the VS Code, the first thing we are going to do is to import the hint font. I'm going to do import. It is a named export, so we're going to do hint from next/font/Google. And then here I'm going to do const hint equal hint. Within the object, we are going to have the subset. We're going to have the Latin. Separate it with the comma. Oops. Okay, good. The width, 300, comma, 400, 500, 600, and lastly, 700. Oops. Take a look. All right. So we are done setting up the font. Let's proceed with the design. Here we are going to have a div. Give it a class name. We want this div to be responsive in all platforms. So for that, we are going to make it container. And then the margin, we are going to set it to auto. And of course, if you want to see the CSS equivalent all you have to do is to hover on the utility class. Right within the IntelliSense, you are going to see the CSS equivalent. So if at your end you do not have the IntelliSense, all you have to do is to open up the Explorer and then click on Extensions. Within the search box, you are going to search for Tailwind IntelliSense. And here is it. I have it installed already. So at your end, you just have to hit the install button. And as you can see over here, the install button is disabled. So that is why you can see the uninstall. Install the Tailwind IntelliSense and let's have fun together. Close it down. Make sure to save. And as well, let's close down the Explorer. We are going to have another div. Give it a class name. We are going to have it display grid. The grid template column is 12. Okay. Now we're going to have another div. Class name. Let's set the background color to be white. We are going to have it display flex. Flex direction is column. Justify content. Center. The grid template column is 12. So let's stylize it on medium device. On medium device, the grid template column is 5. And lastly, for this div on medium device, we want the background to be transparent. BG-transparent. Close it down. Good. Let's quickly format the code to get proper indentation. Right click, format document with Prettier. Can you see? Perfect. I love this. Okay. Right within this div, we are going to have another div. Margin is going to be auto. With this, whatever we have within this div is going to be centered. And with this, the div is going to be responsive in all platforms. Teaching good? Beautiful. Another div. On large device, we are going to have the padding left to be 24, which in actual CSS equivalent, the padding left is going to be 6 rem. On a small device, the padding left is 10. And so the actual padding left is going to be 0. The padding top and padding bottom is 20. On medium devices, py-0. The padding top and padding bottom is going to be 0. And as well on medium devices, the text is going to align start. And also we have to align it to center. Good. Now we are going to have a p tag. Let me show you. This is the p tag over here, the hide here. So within the inner HTML, I'm going to do hide here. Give it a class name. But now we are going to use the string interpolation. So open and close curly bracket. Within the curly bracket, open and close backtick. And by the way, the backtick is located at the top left corner of the keyboard, right below the escape key. Here we are going to have the text. The text color is going to be light blue. So we're going to have 47A EDE. Let's save. Check it out. And here is it. Beautiful. In Tailwind CSS, whenever you want to implement a custom style, all you have to do is to open and close square bracket and then do whatever you want to do within the bracket. Test-3XL. This will map to the font size and the line height. On medium devices, test-base. So on the large device, the text is going to be text-2XL. When you save on the browser, good. Can you see? But the problem here is that we do not want to use this font. So for that, we are going to have the font here. And I'm going to do hint dot class name. When you save, check it out on the browser, and boom, something has changed. I love it. Now, the next in line is this. So we are going to implement it with the h1 tag. All right, after the closing p tag, we're going to have a h1. Let's give this h1 a class name. Let's specify the color of the text. The font is going to be Recolita Black. The text size, let's make it 5XL. On medium device, the font size is going to be 5XL. On a large device, the font is going to be 7XL. On extra large device, also the text is going to be text-7XL. The margin top is going to be 5. And on medium devices, the margin top is going to be 3. Within the h1 tag, we are going to do I am a h6. When you save, check it out, and boom, beautiful. Right after the h1 tag, we're going to have a h2 tag. We are going to do this to have the and sign and an instructor. This is the result for now. Let's check it out on mobile device. Take a look. It is extremely responsive in all platforms. Beautiful. Let's quickly go back to the code. Let's give the h2 a class name. The text color is going to be the exact same thing over here. Copy and paste. Padding top and padding bottom is going to be 2. The font dash is going to be bold. And then we are going to have it transform uppercase. On medium devices, the text is going to be -XL. So the line height and the font size will be 1.25 rem. And I think that's all for the h2 tag. So one more thing that we are going to do is to make use of the string interpolation. Just like this. And then backtick, backtick. So within the backtick, we have to copy this font, highlight, and paste. When you save on the browser, we have this result. I am loving everything. The next in line is to implement the buttons. To implement the buttons, we are going to use the A tag. Right after the closing h2 tag, we are going to have an A tag. Within the A tag, we're going to do project. Let's give it a class name. This time around, we're going to use the string interpolation because of the fonts that we've been using. We're going to have it inline block. The background, we're going to use this background. Transition, all. The duration of the transition, let's make it 300. And the animation is going to be ease in and out. We want the borders of the button to be a little bit curvy. So I'm going to do rounded XL. The text within the button is going to be white. Padding top and padding bottom is going to be 3. And also padding left and padding right is going to be 5. Now when you check out the button, you have something beautiful like this. I like this. Alright, we are making progress. I just noticed something. I don't like how curvy the borders are. So let's go back here. The rounded, let's make it rounded LG.
the rounded LG will make the border radius to be 0.5 rem. When you save on the browser, this exactly is the expected result. The font is going to be bold. Margin top, let's make it 8. We're going to have it transform uppercase. Here is it. What is again? Let's quickly stylize it on mobile devices. On medium devices, the padding bottom and padding top is going to be 2. On large devices, py-3. And as well, on large devices, the padding left and padding right is going to be 8. Let's reduce the text size on medium devices. Text-XL. And on large device, text-base. I think we're done with mobile responsiveness for the button. Okay, one more thing. On medium devices, the margin top is going to be 5. On extra large devices, the margin top is going to be 10. Lastly, we also have to make use of this font. Copy, come here, and paste. Save, and here's it. Now, when you hover on the button, nothing happens. Let's quickly implement the on-hover effect. When you hover on the button, we want to change the background. So we're going to do bg dash. On hover, hover column, shadow dash, LG. On hover, translate dash, y, dash 1. And I think that's all for the hover effect. When you save, on the browser, take a look. Can you see? I love this. When you hover, you see this beautiful effect. Now, what we are going to do is to highlight the A tag and then duplicate it. Or you can highlight, copy, and paste. Now, let's change this to my resume. And of course, the background color. Let's change the background color. So on hover, we also have to change the background color. Let's change it to light blue. Because when you save and check out the browser, you will realize that this guy here is black, right? And one more thing, there's no space between these two buttons. So what I'm going to do here is to come and then do margin left 10. The ML I love so much is that of Mercedes-Benz. All right. I talk too much. When you save, and here they. Now we have space in between the buttons. Let's specify the cursor to be pointer. When you save, check it out. Good. Now you see this beautiful hand pointing at the resume. Copy. Come here. And paste. Save. Now let's implement the download resume functionality. Within the A tag, we are going to specify the hypertext reference. href. I'm going to do a hiscv.pdf. We want it to be downloadable. So I'm going to do download equal. When the CV is downloading, we want to show this name. And then the name of the CV.pdf. Save. Let's check it out. Beautiful. Can you see? And here's it. Perfect. I'm loving every bit of this stuff. Right within the project,
we are going to implement the href. href equal /# and then portfolio. Because when we click on this button, we want to be directed to the portfolio component. For now, we do not have the portfolio component, but in the future, when we create the portfolio component, we are going to set the ID of the portfolio component to the exact same word over here, portfolio. And then when you click this button, you will smooth scroll to the portfolio component. Right after the closing div with the background color of white, this div over here, okay? We are going to implement the image. We're going to have a div, give it the class name. Within the class name, we're going to do call-span-12. Padding top is going to be, we want to specify a custom padding top. So let's make it 130 pixels. And this will be on medium device. Okay? So padding top, 50 pixels. On medium device, we want the background color of the image to be transparent. The background color is going to be lighter blue. Let's close down this div. Let's make it responsive on mobile platform. On medium device, call-span-7. Within the div, we are going to have another div. Specify the class name. Let's make it container so that we can have it responsive in all platforms. And then the margin is going to be auto. Within this div, we are going to call the image. img src equal /exix.png. And by the way, all of these stuffs can be found right here within the public directory. Recall that we imported it in the previous lecture, right? So here is my CV. Here are some of the images that we are going to use. You can open it up and then check it out at your end. Okay, let's close it down. When you save on the browser, here is it. Isn't this beautiful? All right, let's make the necessary settings for the image. The decoding, we're going to make it async. If the image link is bad, we have to display something. So I'm going to do here profile pics. Okay. Right click, format document with Predia. The code looks extremely clean. When you save, this is the end result. Let's check it out on mobile device. All right, guys, this looks good. Honestly, it looks good. Take a look. On iPad, oh my goodness, this is beautiful. I love this. So, having done this, in the next lecture, we will go ahead to implement the skill box. See you in the next lecture. Let's go ahead to implement the skill box. Alright, so before we proceed, we have to make some necessary installations. Within the terminal, Ctrl+C to stop the currently running server. We are going to do npm install slick react-slick, and then we are going to also install slick carousel. Hit the enter key to get it fire up. And please do make sure your internet connection is turned on. Installed successful. Let's bring it down a little bit. Scroll to the top. Now we are going to make the necessary imports. We are going to import slick-carousel / slick/slick.css. Another one, we're going to import slick-carousel/slick/slick-theme.css. And finally, we are going to import slider from React Slick. Simple as that. Having done this, let's quickly copy the slider settings. Open up the code resource.md. Highlight, copy, go back to VS Code, and within the component, we are going to paste. Let me quickly explain. Scroll to the top. Here we have a variable settings, and within the object, we set the infinite to true. Slide to show is going to be 6. The slide to scroll is 1, and the speed is 2 seconds. Arrows, we set it to false. Autoplay is going to be true, and then autoplay speed is 2 seconds. And then here we have the loop, we set the loop to true, and then the CSS is linear. Having done all of this, we also want it to be responsive in all platforms. So at a breakpoint of 1760, we have to reset the slider. So the slide to show is 6, slide to scroll is 1, infinite is set to true, and the dot is set to false. So on a breakpoint of 1460, we also have to reset the settings, but in this case, I think it is exactly the same with 1760. And so on and so forth. And here we have the slide to show to be 4, slide to scroll is 1, and the infinite and dot is set to true and false. So continuously and so on and so forth. Haven't set up the carousel. The next in line is to implement the items itself. Scroll down. Right below, we are going to have another div. Give it a class name. Let's make it responsive in all platforms. The margin is going to be auto. So we are going to have it position absolute. Now we are going to have another div. Class name px-3. This implies the padding left and right is 0.75 rem. Close it down. Right within the div, we are going to have another div. Give it a class name. So we are going to have it position relative. The max width, max-width sm. And then the bottom dash, we have to specify a custom style. Let's make it 70 pixels. On medium devices, md column max-w-5xl. On extra large devices, we're going to have it max-w-6xl. Padding left and right is going to be 4. Okay, let's make it 5. But on a large device, we want it to be px-14. Overflow is going to be auto. mx-auto. The margin left and right is auto. What else again? Let's specify the bg, which is the background. bg-white. So I'm going to do rounded dash to XL. So we want the corner of the ski box to be a little bit curvy. And the z-index is going to be 20. All right. Close the div down. Within this div, we are going to have the items. Let's run the application to see the end result. All right. So what we are going to do right now is to place a comment on the imports. the import of the slider. Still within this div, we are going to use the inline style. Style equal. Let's specify the box shadow. "25 pixels, 50 pixels, and 10 pixels to the right." So we are just setting the all-round box shadow from the left to the right, from top to bottom. When you save and let's see. All right, it is coming out a little bit. Let's place something within so that you can see it clearly. Now we are going to have another div. Give it a class name. We want the padding top and padding bottom to be 10. On medium device, padding top and padding bottom is going to be 6. On a smaller device, py-6. Cursor dash all dash scroll. Beautiful. I will show you in a jiffy, so you don't have to worry about that. So now when you check out the browser, here is it. The skill box is ready. And when you hover on the skill box, you will realize that your cursor will change. Take a look. It looks like the sign of the cross. Can you see? Good. So this is responsible for the cursor change. Alright, so let's quickly go ahead to display the items within the skill box. img src equal / mongodb.png. And by the way, we imported all of these images in the previous lecture. So when you open up the public, you can always see all the images that we used over here. Alright, let's close it down. Auth equal MongoDB. Let's give it a class name so that we will be able to stylize it. So basically what we are going to do is to specify the height. Close it up with the self-closing tag. Highlight, duplicate it 6 times. When you save, on the browser, and there it is. Don't worry, we will put everything together. So now, here we are going to change it to reactjs.png. We are going to display Next.js. Oops, I should have highlighted this one as well. Next.js. Docker.png. Also, we are going to have Express.js. Here we're going to have Node.js. Okay, let's do here Express.js. When you save, and here are all the skills. Oops, Node.js is not showing up. I think there's something wrong over there. Alright, it should be Node.js.png. You have to specify the image format. Now we are able to display the skills. Let's quickly make it slide. Scroll to the top. We are going to uncomment the stuff here. Save. And for the settings, now we have to apply all of these settings. The way we do it is actually very simple. Right within this div, let's quickly render the slider. Within the slider, we are going to spread up the settings. Close it down, highlight the closing tag, cut it off. Come here, and then paste it. When you save, on the browser, oops, what the hell? Oh my goodness, it says super expression must either be null or function. So let's scroll to the top. Let me check the terminal. Error, not module. Alright guys, we have to do something within the page.js. Close down the terminal. Open up the page.js. So simply because we are rendering the home component within the page.js, we have to switch from the server-side rendering to the client-side rendering. So at the top, we are going to do use client. Just like this. Let's wipe this off. Alright. Again, let's check out the browser. Can you see? Everything is working perfectly fine as expected. This is super amazing. Awesome. Welcome back to class. In this lecture, we will continue with the header component. Quickly, within the directory header, we are going to create a new component, header.js. VS Code, Command B to open up the Explorer. src, component. And here is the header. Right click, new file. Header.js. Again, within the header, create a new file. Diagonal drawer.js. And lastly, diagonal drawer.css. Beautiful. Close down the CSS file. And as well, close down the diagonal drawer. Now we are going to do RFC to generate the functional component. The header is going to stay consistent all around the project. So we have to render it within the layout. Open up the layout. Let's quickly import header from ./app/component/header/header. We are going to render it at the top of the children. So here we are going to render the header. And here is it. Can you see? Beautiful. So basically, what we are going to do in this lecture is to get the initial position of the application on y-axis. Let's do that quickly. Go back to header.js. Close down the Explorer. Let me zoom up a little bit. Nice. So first, we have to import the use effect and the useState hook. For that reason, we are going to switch from server-side rendering to client-side rendering. So we are going to do use client. Simple as that. Place a comma right here. Open and close curly brackets. We are going to import the use effect, comma, the use state hook. Now let's declare the necessary state variables to be used. Within the component, we are going to do const selected index1, comma, set selected index1 equal the use state. The initial state is going to be 0. And again, we are going to have const is open, comma, set is open equal the initial state is going to be false. Let's declare the state variable to get the position of the application on y-axis. We're going to have const is scrolled, comma, set is scrolled
and the initial state is going to be false. Beautiful. To demonstrate this example, we just have to duplicate the home component so that we will be able to scroll. So let's open up the page.js home component. I just have to duplicate it 3 times. And please, this is for example's sake. When you save, so now we can scroll the application. I just want to demonstrate it to you so that you understand it well enough. Go back to the code, close down the Explorer. The idea is simple. When the application on page Y offset is equal to 0, we want to set the initial state to false. Else, we want to set the initial state to true, which simply implies, come here, now the application on page Y offset is equal to 0. You know why? It is simply because we did not scroll the application. But when we scroll the application, like this, when you scroll up, the application on page Y offset is going to be greater than 0. And for that, we are going to set the initial state to true. So in a simple term, when you scroll the application, we just want to update the state. The reason for that is to be able to give the header a class name in order to uniquely stylize it when the user scrolls the application. You will definitely get the gist after the implementation. So here we are going to have a use effect. Within the use effect, we are going to have handle scroll. Here we're going to have const scroll top equal window dot page Y offset or document dot document element dot scroll top. Terminate it with the semicolon. And here we have to update the initial state. Set is scrolled to scroll top is greater than 0. And here we're going to do window dot add event listener. Scroll, comma, handled scroll. So having done this, the next in line is to clean up the function by removing the scroll. Okay? Here we are going to have a return. Window dot remove event listener. Scroll, comma, handle scroll. Let's quickly condition the use effect by applying an empty dependency array. And after that, we are going to do console.log. We are going to log is scrolled. When you save the application, Alt-I to open up the console. When I scroll up, the application on page Y offset is going to be greater than 0. And then we will update the initial state to true. But when I scroll down, the application on page Y offset will be equal to 0. And then the current state will be updated to false. Understood? Beautiful. So let's do it one more time. Scroll up, down. Check it out on the console. Up, down. So with this, we will be able to stylize the header when the user scrolls the application. Having done this, let's get set to design the header component in the next lecture. See you then. Let's quickly apply the example. Okay, so let's implement it right here.
We are going to wipe off the div because we do not want to add extra nodes to the tree. So we have to use React.fragment. Within the fragment, we are going to have a header. Now let's stylize the header. Give it a class name. We are going to make use of string interpolation. Now we are going to open and close curly bracket. Within the curly bracket, specify the backtick. So we are going to say if isCrowd is set to true, we are going to do header show, and else nothing happens. Okay, beautiful. Whenever you scroll the application, we want the header to remain fixed to the top. So we are going to have the position to be fixed. From top is going to be 0 because we do not want any space in between the header and the y-axis. The z index is going to be 50. Transition all. And then the duration, nope, is going to be 500. Now we are going to have a style. The background color, we want to conditionally specify the background color. So we are going to do if isCrowd is set to true, which means if the user scroll the application, we want the background color to be white. And else, we do not want any background color. So we want it to be transparent. Separate it with the comma. Wipe off the column. So for the box shadow, we also want to conditionally specify the box shadow. If isCrowd is set to true, which means when the user scrolls the application, we are going to have a blue box shadow all around the header. And else, nothing happens. So within the inner HTML, we are just going to have a h1 tag for teaching purpose. So I'm going to do testing the header. All right, it's fine. Save. On the browser, here is it. Can you see? Now the header is got no background, but when the user scroll up the application, the background color of the header becomes white, and then the box shadow will appear. When you scroll down, the box shadow disappears and the background color as well disappears. So when I scroll up, can you see? Observe it over here at the top left corner of the screen. Do you see? Okay, let me do something. Let's give this a class name, and then I'm going to do text-7xl. So this will make the text to be extra large, and then the example will be more fixable. So when I scroll up, the application on page Y offset is going to be greater than 0. And then it will update the initial state to true. When the initial state is being updated to true, based on the trueC, we then have to apply a background color of white to the header with a box shadow. Understood? Beautiful. Now, when I scroll down, it disappears. Up, the header background color turns white and the box shadow turns blue. Everything is working perfectly fine as expected. In the next lecture, we will begin to design the header. See you in the next lecture. Stay focused and always take care. Let's go ahead to implement the navigation links right within the header. But before we proceed, we have to bring everything to normal. Come here. Let's wipe off the h1 tag. Go back to the page.js. We have to wipe off the duplicates. Save. On the browser. Beautiful. Okay.
Let's go back to the header.js, and here we are going to have a nav. Let's give it a style. We are going to make it invisible. The visibility is going to be hidden. And now on extra large device, we are going to make it visible. Also on extra large device, the max width to be 4XL. So this will give the max width 56 rem. At this breakpoint, we are going to have the width to be 80 rem. The margin left and right is going to be auto. Again, within the nav, we are going to have unordered list. Let's give it a style. We are going to have it display flex. The font is going to be Regulator Black. Oops. The black has to be on cap like this. Flex dash roll. The flex direction is roll. We have to align items to center. The height is going to be 24. Now we are going to have the li tag. Let's give it a style. We're going to have it grouped. The text is going to be 2XL, which will map to the line height and font size. We're going to have it position relative. The font is going to be bold. The margin right, let's make it 20. Save. On the browser, nothing happens. Now let's begin to implement the links. Here we're going to have an A tag. So we're going to do home. Now when you check out the browser, you're going to see home. Beautiful. All right. Let's give it a style. Class name. We're going to have some JavaScript in between. So let's use the string interpolation. Now we want to apply the menu style. Menu dash item. Don't worry, I will show you right now. Open up the Explorer. Within the global CSS, we copied and pasted the stuffs right here. And here is the menu effect. Okay, so from the left, minus 0.75 rem. From the top, the Z index, height, width, border radius, colors, and the rest of them. If selected index 1 is equal to 0, we are going to have the text dash black. Okay, and else nothing happens. Now let's apply the actual text color. I know this part is quite tricky, but don't worry. After implementation, I will explain it simply. The color value is going to be 666 D47. Good. The group dash, hover. When you hover on it, the text is going to turn to black. Let's specify the hypertext reference. This is a pointer to the home component. So on click of this link, we have to update the selected index. We should update it to 0. Right after the li, we are going to do, if selected index 1 is equal to 0, then we are going to do something. We're going to have a span here. Let's give it a style. Menu dash effect. Transform. The opacity, let's make it 100. So we want to rotate it towards the negative direction. Therefore, minus rotate dash 12.
So this will have it rotate towards the negative angle. Group dash hover. We also have to rotate it. Else, we just have to highlight the span, copy, come here, and paste. So the difference is that this is going to rotate towards the positive direction. You don't have to prefix it with the minus sign. And I think that is the only change that we have to make there. Let's save and check out the browser. Now, can you see? It is highlighted. Okay, good. What we need to do right now is to highlight the li tag and duplicate it 3 times. Or you can copy and paste 3 times. Highlight from lines 38 to 50. I'm going to duplicate it 3 times. Perfect. So this is the first duplicate. Now here, if set selected index 1 is equal 1. So update it to 1. And this is going to lead us to the portfolio section. Okay, this is going to be 2. 2. When this link is clicked, we want to smooth scroll to the About Me section. About dash me dash component. And lastly, oops, guys, I'm sorry about that. Look, we have to change the inner HTML. So here I'm going to do portfolio. Here I'm going to do about me, or you can do about. And lastly, here's going to be 3. 3. And we're going to display hire me. Save the application. Check it out on the browser. Beautiful. Can you see when I hover? Alright, so I am not fully convinced with the result we have. Because if you observe carefully, you will realize that the links are all highlighted. We do not want it that way. So, let's get it fixed in the next 2 lectures. See you then. Welcome back to class. In this section of the course, we are going to proceed to design the diagonal drawer. Open up the header component. Scroll to the top. Let's quickly clear off the console log. And here we're going to do const open drawer. Set it to an arrow function. And within the function, we are going to update is open. Let's update it to true. Recall that in the previous lecture, we declared the state variable is open and the initial state is false. So now we are updating the state right within this function. Nice. Let's quickly render the drawer. So what I'm going to do first is to import it at the top. We are going to import drawer from /diagonal drawer. So within the fragment, we are going to have a div. Give the class name. And for sure, we want to make use of string interpolation so we can write some JavaScript in between. Diagonal dash drawer. So if is open is set to true, we are going to have the is open class. And else, nothing happens. We are going to stylize this class in the future. So let's close down the div. Within the div, we have to render the drawer. Close it up with the self-closing tag. So now we are going to do is open is going to be equal to is open. Then set is open going to be set is open. Selected index 1 is going to be equal to selected index 1. And lastly, set selected index 1 is going to be set selected index 1. Beautiful. So we are sending all of these stuffs as props down into the drawer component. Now, having done all of this, we have to receive these props within the drawer component. Open up the Explorer and then diagonal drawer.js. Let's generate the functional component. Right within, we have to destructure is open, comma, set is open, comma, selected index 1, set selected index 1. Haven't destructured all this. Let's go back to the header component. So what we are going to do within the header component is to display the drawer. So right here, we are going to have a div, give it a class name. We're going to have its position relative. Within this div, we are going to have another div. The z index is going to be 30. Let's have its position absolute. The cursor is going to be pointer. The width is 14. The height is also 14. On large devices, the width, let's make it 24. RG column H dash 24. The background color, we are going to have our own custom color. So I'm going to do 48 AFDE. We are going to have it display flex. Justify content to center. Align items to center. And we want the borders to be rounded. Rounded dash BR dash XL. So this will make the border bottom right to be a little bit curvy. Yeah? Let's close down the div. And within the div, okay, before we proceed, we have to implement the onClick. OnClick of this div, we want to open up the drawer. Let me show you quickly. Can you see? Here is it. So now we are going to put the menu over here. And look at this. What the hell is this? All right, that will be fixed in the future. Let's continue. Now we are going to have a div. Give the div a style. We're going to have it position relative. The width is going to be 7. RG W dash 10. The height is going to be 7. RG H dash 10. We're going to have it display flex. Justify content to center. Align items to center. Close down the div. Within the div, we have to display the image, which is the menu image. img src equal / drawer.png. The alternative, we're going to do drawer item. Let's give the style. The width, let's specify a custom width of 150 pixels. The height is going to be 10. Close it up with the self-closing tag. When you save and check out the browser, there are these. Can you see? Isn't this beautiful? So when you observe carefully, you will see this stuff over here. And it is actually occupying space, and I don't like it. This right up. I don't know where we have it, but we have to look for it. I think that should be within the diagonal drawer. And here is it, this div over here. Now I'm going to wipe off this item within the inner HTML. When you save the project, beautiful. Now we are making progress and I like it.
When you observe the navigation link, you will realize that the drawer is covering the home link. Can you see? There's a link at the top left corner of the screen, the home link. So we have to align it properly so that the home will come right after the navigation drawer. So we need a space in between. Let's do that in the next lecture. Based on the observation in the previous lecture, we realized that the navigation drawer is covering the home link. And that exactly was the issue I promised to disclose to you. Having said that, let's get it fixed quickly. Back to VS Code. Within the header.js, you have to scroll to the top where we have the header tag. And here is it. So what we are going to do here is to specify a width of 100%, which is w-full. So the actual CSS equivalent is going to be width 100%. And when you hover on it, within the IntelliSense, you are going to see it right there. Save. On the browser, there are these. Can you see? Beautiful. Now, when you click on the home gets highlighted and the rest of the navigation link gets a little bit faint. When you click on portfolio, it is going to get highlighted and the text color will be black. Same here, and then same here. Everything is working perfectly fine as expected. So something I want us to do here is to render the home page multiple times. I want to show you something very quickly. Open up the page.js and then let's quickly render the home component multiple times. I just want to do this in order for us to get a scroll. Now we will be able to scroll the website. So you will observe that when I scroll up, can you see? The header becomes white and the box shadow becomes blue, and hereby making the navigation links more visible. Isn't this beautiful? I love it. All right. It is responsive in all platforms. Can you see? On iPad. Beautiful. All right, guys. So this exactly is what we want to achieve in this lecture. Quickly go back to VS Code. Wipe off the multiple renders, and then let's have only one home component rendered on the screen. All right, everything cool. And that's right. In the previous lecture, we implemented the navigation menu. But when you click on it, nothing happens. So, in this lecture, we will go ahead to implement the open and close functionality. Head on to VS Code. At the top, we are going to import use router, use path name. And this is coming from Next/navigation. The use router is a function, so we have to invoke it. And then we will assign it a variable, const route equal. Let's do the same to the use path name. Const path name equal use path name. So the use path name is a client component hook that enables you to read the current URL path name. Having done that, let's replace this div with React fragment. Within the fragment, we are going to have a div. Give the class name to stylize it. We are going to have it position relative. Within this div, we are going to have another div. Give it the class name. Now we want to use the string interpolation so that we will be able to write some piece of JavaScript in between. The z-index 50. All right, now we are going to have some condition. If path name is equal, like this, which is the pointer to the home component. We are going to have it from top dash 0 pixels, and else from top is going to be 100 pixels. So here we're going to have the cursor to be pointer. We want it to be fixed to top. The menu within the drawer is going to have exactly the same height with the menu within the header component. Okay? Don't worry, you definitely will get the clear gist. So go to the header component, scroll down, and let's copy everything right here. Starting from the height. Come here, and then paste it. Beautiful. Close it down. Another one. Give the class name. Within the class name, we are going to stylize it. And also come here. Let's copy this div because it is going to be exact same thing. Let's replace it. Close it down. One more thing we have to do within this div is come here. We want to specify the on click. On click of this div, we want to close down the menu. We are going to set is open to false. So here we are going to do if is open is equal true, we want to display the close SVG icon. So quickly open up the code resource.md. Highlight from lines 192 to 205. Copy, come here and paste it in between. And else, we also have to show the menu icon. Highlight, copy, come here and paste it in between. All right, so we have to format the code. When you save on the browser, all right, nothing happens. So for now, you may not be able to see the effect on the screen. Let me show you something. Let's change the BG to red so that you understand what we are talking about. BG dash red dash 500. Having done this, let's quickly apply the styles. Open up the diagonal draw.css. We have to stylize the diagonal draw within the header.js. Copy, come here, dot, diagonal draw. The width of the draw is going to be 100%. The height, 100 view height. The position is going to be fixed to top. Transform origin, we want it from top right. Transform translate, minus 100%, comma, minus 100%. Transition, we want to transform it 0.5 seconds is in and out. The cursor is going to be pointer. The Z index is 100. Now for the diagonal open, this guy. So if is open is set to true, we also have to stylize this class over here, open. Copy the diagonal draw, come here and paste, dot, open. All we have to do here is to transform, translate 0, 0. Simple as that. Go back to the header component, right at the top, we are going to import dot slash header slash diagonal draw dot css. When you save, now you will definitely see something good on the screen. Can you see? When you click, you close it down. Click
to open. You close it down. Now, let me explain everything line by line. You will realize that when I click on this menu, the navigation drawer will appear from the top left corner of the screen to the right. Take a look. Do you see? And then when it appears, you are going to see the X icon, which is the close icon. Now, when I click on the close icon, if you are vigilant enough, you will see a menu icon. Now watch. Do you see? There is a menu icon that appears before this other menu. Let me zoom up a little bit. Take a look. Do you see? It goes out with a menu icon. So that exactly was what we did within the drawer. Let me show you. So if is open is set to true, we are going to show the close icon. And here is it, the X icon. And if is open is set to false, which is if you close down the navigation drawer, we are going to quickly display this icon before it closes. Okay? And then take a look. Observe it carefully. All right, good. So having done that, at the top here, we have designed the layout for the drawer. So the color is red. And here is it. It has the exact same size with the one on the header component. Can you see? So now we have been able to initiate the is open and is closed. In the next lecture, we will begin to implement the menu items. All right, everything cool. But one thing we should do here is to change the BG to blue. Okay? I actually did it red for teaching purpose, so you have to return it to this color. When you save on the browser, now when you click, can you see? All right, everything is working perfectly fine. Let's move on to the next lecture where we will implement the menu items. See you in the next lecture. So let's proceed with the menu design. Open up diagonaldrawer.js. All right, scroll down. Right after this closing div, we are going to have a header. Let's quickly stylize the header. Give the class name. We are going to use a string interpolation. The position is going to be fixed. The width is going to be full, which will make it 100%. Transition is going to be all. The duration, let's make it 500. The Z index is 40. Beautiful. Having done that, we are going to have a condition here. If path name is equal to this, we are going to have it from top 0. And else, we are going to have it from top minus 98 pixels. Or you can make it 100 if you want. Okay, so within the header, we're going to have a div, give it a class name. Let's have it position relative. Another div with the class name. So here we're going to have the Z index position. Let's position it absolute. Transform dash GPU. We're going to have it is in and out. The duration is 500. Transition is all. Scale, we want to scale it 100. Translate dash x dash none. Let's highlight this. Copy, come here, paste. This is going to be translate y. Let's give it opacity 100. The background 223740. Okay, let's close it down. We are still stylizing it, okay? We're not done yet with the style.
BG opacity, which is the background opacity, is going to be 95. The width, 100%. We're going to have it flex, column. Then on smaller devices, we're going to have it flex row. Okay, we are done with these. Now within this div, we're going to have a nav. The text within the nav is going to be white. The font, we want to use the calculator board. Text align to center. Text dash for Excel. Let's have it transform uppercase. All right, good. Having done this, we are going to have the UL. Within the UL, let's quickly give it a style. Class name, display flex. Flex direction is column. Within the UL, we are going to have an li tag. Let's give the class name to stylize it. We're going to have it grouped. Margin top and bottom. It's going to be 4. On Excel, we're going to have the margin top and bottom to be 4. So this will map to the margin top and margin bottom on a breakpoint of 1536 pixels. So having done this, when you save, on the browser, click the menu. All right. Okay, it is coming. Can you see? The drawer is indeed coming, but let's try to finalize it to see if we have issues. Within the li tag, we are going to have a div, give the class name. We're going to have it display inline block. The position is relative. Within the div, we're going to have the a tag. We are doing a whole lot here on the header. href, the hypertext reference, we're going to do /home. So when you click on this one, it will take you to the home component. Specify the on click. On click, we're going to set selected index 1 to 0, simply because that is the default value for the home. And I hope you understand what we are doing here from the previous lecture where we declared the state variables to be used. So when set selected index 1 is 0, it means we are on the home page. Do you understand? Don't worry, as we keep rocking, you will definitely understand everything. So here we're going to set is open to false. Because when you click on the link, we should be able to close down the menu. So let's set it to false. Let's close down this a tag. The inner HTML, we're going to display home. So when you check out the browser, click, can you see? It comes. When you click on it, it takes you to the home component and the navigation drawer will disappear. That exactly is the idea. Having done all of this, we want it to be highlighted when clicked. So outside the a tag, we're going to have some JavaScript. If selected index 1 is equal to 0, we want to give it some style. Now we're going to have a div, give the class name. We're going to have it position, absolute. From top is going to be 2. From left is going to be -2. Anytime you see me prefix the Tailwind utility class with a minus sign, you should understand that we want to specify a negative value. Left dash 2. So it is going to be left dash -2. The width is going to be full, which makes it 100%. The height is going to be full as well, which makes it 100% height. Transform dash GPU. Transition is all. the duration. Let's make it 300. We're going to rotate it -6 minus rotate -6. The opacity 100. Group -hover rotate -6. Group -hover. The hover opacity is going to be 100. Sorry. The background. We're going to have it rounded XL because we want the edges to be curved. The Z index, we're going to have a -10. Okay, let's save it and see what happens. Oops. Before we save, we have to close down the div like this. All right, so the closing div shouldn't be here. Cut it off. And then let's close it down here. All right, so else, nothing happens. Make sure to close down the div over here. And then highlight this div again. Copy. Come here. Oops, also we have to close down the div. All right. And then paste it here. Now we're going to make some changes. All right. This is going to be rotate 0. The opacity is going to be 0. And what else again? I think that's all. When you save on the browser, when you click, when I hover on the menu, take a look. It is going to highlight red. And this red is being rotated. Understood? Beautiful. Now let's change it to the actual color. I think the actual color is going to be light blue. So we have to copy it from here. This guy. Copy. Where do we have the color? Okay, here is it. Command D to multi-select. Wipe it off in both lines and then paste. Save on the browser. Again, when you hover, take a look. I love this. We are going to highlight the li tag and then duplicate it 3 times, just like we did when we were implementing the links within the header component. Hold on the Shift and Alt and then tap the down arrow key to duplicate. Duplicate 1, 2, and 3. Beautiful. When you save on the browser, now you have it like this. But I have doubt in my heart. This guy over here is supposed to cover the screen, which is this menu over here. And I don't know why it is not showing up like that. Okay. Can you see? It looks good. Now let's begin to make some changes. This is the first li tag for the home page. And for this one here, we are going to update the set selected index to 1. And if set selected index is equal 1, then we have to do this. And here is going to be portfolio. This will link us to the portfolio component. The second li tag ends here. For the third li tag, we are going to update the set selected index to 2. If it is equal to, we want to move to the about me component. And by the way, we also have to change the href. All right. So here, I'm going to do about -me component. Scroll up. Here also we have to change it to portfolio.
And this is the last one. So let's update it to 3. If it is equal to 3, then we have to move to the Hayami component. And here we're going to specify hire-me right within the href. What is again? We have to check it out very well. All right. Okay, it's fine. If we miss out something in the future, we can definitely fix it. When you save, on the browser, open, and boom. Now when you hover, you see stuff like this. Can you see? So in the next lecture, we will implement the social media icons. All right, so the diagonal drawer is half screen, and I'm not happy with the end result. Okay, for sure, there's an issue with the height. So I want you to take it up as a challenge. Pause the video and try as much as possible to fix it at your end. Haven't tried to fix the issue at your end? Quickly, let me show you how I got it fixed as well. Go back to VS Code. Within the diagonal drawer.js, here is the header. We have to specify the height of this div. So we have the flex direction to be column. The right thing to do is to have it display flex, and then the flex direction is column. Having done that, we also have to do h-screen. This will map the height to 100 view height. When you save, check it out on the browser. Now can you see? Everything is well aligned. When I hover, take a look. It looks good and I like it. Close. Open. Close. So basically, the issue is fixed and everything is working perfectly fine as expected. In the next lecture, we will begin to implement the social media icon right below the nav, which is the links, okay? We're going to implement it here. Let's do that in the next lecture. I am so glad that you have just finished the first hour and a half of the ultimate Next.js portfolio website. And the entire course is over 8 hours. So, I highly suggest you enroll to get the complete course and source code, including the already made template. Alright, so I have created a special coupon for you, my gorgeous friends and my eminent subscribers. So, before the coupon expires, you can quickly use the link in the description below to get the course at a discount price. Sounds good, right? See you then.